I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to welcome everyone here today and our board and some of us in our new places. And we are going to we have established that we do have a quorum. And if you'll bear with me, we've been getting ready for kind of an exciting presentation coming up here too. Any report from closed session?
No, Madam President, there was no closed session.
Okay, well then that's why there's no report. Okay, thank you. We're going to start with a special presentation here today, and so I'm going to make a presentation. I'm going to come over to the other mic so we can get started. And actually, I'd like to face everyone, so I'm going to do it this way. Not that I'm afraid to turn my back to you. But anyway, I want to welcome everyone here, certainly our students that have done something that I think is a great contribution to our community. And so we're going to begin. I will tell you just a little bit of background about why they're here today. This is an idea that I have been wanting to pursue and think about for quite a while, and that is, as we have, of course, had quite a year, and we have done so much in terms of water conservation, awareness of conservation, all of those things, and everyone has been doing such a great job. As you know, we have conserved more water probably than any other community in the state of California. And so then it really has become, it was, how can we keep this up? How can we keep this good work up? And so I wanted to have something that would really be, I thought, a very positive reminder of how can we keep going with this. And so I thought about it, and as it happened, things always tend to fall into place, I think, for us if we're just aware and open to it. And so it started really when I talked with Taylor Hilden, and I think everyone knows the banner queen of Cambria. But we were talking about how could we engage and how could we make sure that we reach out to people and involve the community. And one of the most energized, creative segments of our community, one of many, are our students. And I thought, you know, I would like to have the opportunity to involve some students, which clearly then involves some more community members called parents. And by the way, do we have any parents of any of these students here today? If we do, I certainly want to appreciate all you've done to help us with this too. So I talked to Taylor, and she had, I don't know why you're completely in charge of this, but apparently you are. But she had some open spaces coming up, and as it turned out, she had 6. So then we thought, how could we utilize those? How could we help our community with a real outreach on sustainability and conservation, water conservation? So from there, then she contacted the after-school program, the Y, with Shauna Volpa and Dan Hartzell. And they, while they had lots of plans for the wonderful things that happen in that program, they also happened to be working with Photoshop. And Photoshop is a great opportunity in the use of technology and for students. But that's when it got to be pretty exciting. Because when you can have an opportunity to have students have a real reason, a real problem-solving situation, when you can make it something that involves their creative thinking, when you can have them do some guess and test and check things out, then it becomes a real moment for everyone. And that's really how this evolved. So we talked with the after-school program, and they said, sure, they would be happy to. So the students that are here today have each had a hand in creating those 6 banners that I hope you have now begun to notice on Main Street. And in fact, I'm going to ask you right now, how many people have noticed the new banners that have been up lately on Main Street? Well, these fine students in our school district are the reason they are there. And they started out with an idea and thought about what would inspire them, what kind of message. It became a practice in eventually what we call marketing. How do we get a job across? How do we do a job to get a message across that people won't forget? So they had the best of everything going. They had, first of all, their own creative thinking. They had technology, and then they had a place to make it a real-life experience. And that is now have become a wonderful contribution to our community. So that's really what inspired the whole project. And so I think without any further background on that, I want to go ahead and recognize these students this afternoon. So I'm going to have Taylor come up and assist with this. And so I'm going to call the teams up, and I'm going to ask you to think about a couple of things. And if you want to come to the mic, if one of you wants to come and represent the team, or 2 of you, I'm going to ask you, first of all, why it is important to continue to conserve water. Because now that we have our brackish water desal plant on, and yes, it is on, we also can't stop. This really becomes a practice that should become a habit. And so I'm going to ask you, why is it important to conserve water? And then I'm going to ask you, where did you get your inspiration? Where did you get your great ideas? So if you feel like contributing that, you can. So I'm going to start with the first team. And the first team is the banner that, if we can have the next slide. Can we have the next slide? Okay. Oh, you've got the control. Okay, Monique has the control. Okay. All right. And I do want to start here with the recognition that this was truly partnershiping, and a partnership at its best. This was first and foremost students. This was their families. This was leaders at the Y. This was the principal. This was the CCSD in a partnership. And it was the community in terms of other people along the way that also had a hand in this. And so it's going to be a collaborative that I think is going to be remembered for a long time. But I'd like to focus on the students now. So the first banner, and that is, of course, Save Water Every Day. And the team members that are here today are Jose Diego and Eder Ramirez. If you would come up, we'll present these to you. And while they're coming up, I'm going to also tell you where the other students are. There were some students that won't be with us today. Now, I do have to tell you why. They're at Cal Poly helping student teachers. They are sharing what they've been doing, how they're using technology, what they're doing in the after-school program. And these are great opportunities because student teachers are forever looking for inspiration and creativity. And seeing how they've integrated technology, I think, would be a very, very beneficial thing for why they're not with us today. So I wanted to let people know where they are. Not because they didn't want to be here, but finally it came down to 2 places at once who were covering both bases today. Okay, so. Jose? Congratulations. Heather? Congratulations. I'll present. Would one of you like to talk to us about how you got your idea for Save Water and say a couple of words about it? If you want. Oh, come on, it's easy. Don't pay attention to them. Come over here and just talk to me. There we go. Just talk to me. Why did you choose this? Come on, right up to the mic. But just talk to me. Don't think about that.
We saw a water banner over on Main Street.
Uh-huh.
Then we got inspired.
That's all it takes, isn't it? For an idea. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And why is it important that we save water?
This is important because if we didn't save water, we wouldn't have water right now.
And it wouldn't
Yeah.
be fun, would it?
No.
You
We-
wouldn't be able to take a shower.
Yeah, we would be stinky.
That's what you guys stay right there. Okay, and then our next team is the Every Drop Counts. Monique? Nah. La 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 la. This is when we get the sweaty palms, but not too much yet. Oh, it's there. Okay, never mind. All right. Okay, now, the designers for this great banner were, and if you will come on down, please, Juan Garcia, Fabian Garcia, and Claudio Ramirez. Please come forward. Okay, now I'm going to ask the same question. Who would like to talk to us about where did you get this great idea? Okay, and tell us your name too.
My name is Juan Garcia, and we got this inspiration when Shauna, she told us we were gonna do a project about saving water, and the first thing that popped into our heads was superheroes. So we thought of making it about a superhero saving a drop of water, like falling out of a building, and yeah, like he's saving the water.
Did someone want to comment on why it's important, or yes, come on down. Tell us your name.
Fabian Garcia, and I think that it's important because it helps us stay alive. Yeah,
Can't get better, huh?
yeah.
Thank you. Okay, and our next poster, very much a request from Uncle Sam. And the two students that were inspired with this one are at Cal Poly, both of them. It was a two-team effort, a two-member team, and that is Andre Martinez and Cesar Paz. So let's give them a hand, even though we know they're at Cal Poly. And next, keep calm and save water. And on that team, we have first of all, again, we have two students at Cal Poly, Carson Woosty and Caden Lynn, but here to represent them and do a fine job on his own is Kristen Castillo. And Christiane, would you want to say and I want to congratulate you. You want to talk a little bit about your inspiration?
I got inspired by the war, when the soldier said to keep calm to the people, and yeah, that's it.
That's good. What?
That's it.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I think keep calm is one of the absolute wonderful focuses for all of us most of the day. It's very good. Thank you. Our next banner then is Life Depends on Water. And we have one of our people is at Cal Poly from this team, Braden Riley, but we have Gary Lyons and Darian Jewell. Come on up, please. this way. Congratulations. Congratulations. And would one of you like to talk about your inspiration?
We were originally inspired for this when I thought maybe we're so lucky to live on this planet with all this water, and I thought that I just wanted to show that. It's mainly why it's mostly water. And so we decided to show the rest of the solar system as well, or at least our part of it.
So we decided to do, water is important because in the entire galaxy that we know, we don't really know very many other planets that have water. We see signs, but not very many. And so it's important to protect our home and the only place that we know that can help us live. So, yeah, protect water.
Okay, and our next team, everyone is here. And this is Jack and Jill, and that banner is, the team is Jackson Bruce, Holly McAfee, and Jonathan Jewell. Come on up, please. Okay, we'd like to hear from you on what inspired you with this one.
We got inspired when Shauna was telling us about the water, and as soon as I heard the word water, I thought of wells. And whenever I think of wells, I always think about Jack and Jill, so I thought that was a good idea to make a banner on that.
Okay, so let's face it, water is really important. We need it for showering, you know, stay beautiful and fabulous. And we need it to drink, to, you know, stay alive, to be fabulous. And yeah, water, good.
Well, I tell you, we have a lot of talent in our school district with our students, and we've gotten the benefit of just a bit of that today. But I want to also recognize and present appreciation to some of their inspiration, and certainly people that helped to make this happen and for all of us to be here today. Dan Hartzell from the YWCA is the director, and he is with the other students at Cal Poly. And then the other staff member from the YWCA is Shauna Volpa. So Shauna, would you please come forward?
Well, I just want to thank the CCSD for the opportunity for us all to be able to do this. I thought it was a great experience from start to finish. Like she said, it involves so many aspects, from how are we going to market this, to the technology piece, to the importance of conservation. So just appreciated the partnership.
And just to recognize, but he is with the other group, one of the Photoshop mentors and coaches is a high school student that worked with the students, and his name is Giovanni Espinosa, so he will get his certificate when he gets back too. And another big help that is ensure that we would all be here today, always going, is the principal, and I would like to recognize Kyle Martin. And come on, Kyle, and we'd like to give you a certificate.
Well, I'm just always happy with the partnership with the Y, and I'm always proud of our students. And this, like Shauna said, just to echo her words, is a great opportunity for them to put some of what they've learned technology-wise and citing sources and using their artistic abilities to an applicable purpose of making this awareness of conserving water in our community. So thanks to all you guys and for the CCSD. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, and then we have, of course, very, very important. I'm going to give her her certificate. I'm going to give this to her in just a moment. What would this be if we hadn't had Taylor with us? Thank you.
Well, this has been the best project ever. I mean, it just went like a snap, and these students made it look so simple and so easy. I just hope there's a way we can show the state of California what these kids can do. This is just amazing. And working with Gail, of course, always is such a pleasure. She makes it fun. Thank you, Gail, for this. I do appreciate it. I'll treasure it forever.
That is likewise. Thank you so much, Taylor. And then our pictures for the slide presentation today for the PowerPoint, Walt Andrus did, and we will get his certificate to him next time we see him too. And are there any school board members here today? I did meet with the superintendent, and she was going to let them know that we would be here doing this today. But the school district has just been great in their cooperation, as has been the CSD on this whole thing. And I'll tell you, a special recognition goes to Monique Madrid. She has been terrific behind the scenes working with this, and it's all just come to be as it should be. So again, we thank all of you so much. You have to go now.
Real life. Bummer.
Don't get a day off.
Well, you know, that is true. Vice President Cliff was saying we could have taken just a little more time. They could have missed the whole afternoon of school. But you know what? And it did take a moment, but isn't it the important time that we spend with them? So I appreciate what they did and what you as an audience did. Thank you. Okay, now back to business. So let me get my... Okay, is the sheriff in the audience today? Do we have a sheriff's report? Does the sheriff know where we live? I mean, they don't come often. Okay, we'll reach out to them. And I'm sorry, General Manager Gruber, I was going to ask you for some comments from the students, but that's...
I'd just like to thank them. I've got a lot of good positive feedback on the banners, and they did a great job. I think it was a great effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then let's move to agenda review. Any additions, deletions, pulled items?
Madam President?
Vice President Cliff?
Yes, I'd like to have us pull 7C for discussion.
Okay. We'll pull 7C. Any other additions, deletions? Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll move to public comment. And, Oh, we do have some. Okay, well, it's come in, hasn't it?
They're right there.
Okay. This is all this item? Just the general public? Okay, thank you. All right. With public comment, we have Ron Crummett.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board. Welcome to a wonderful brand new year that we're all starting, and I, for one, am very glad to be here. Congratulations to all of you board members who have worked so hard last year, and we've come to this point with the exception of with the beginning of our new plant and a new vision and a new ideas to work on and include everybody in the process of our little village that we can all feel that we're pulling together and getting better and getting stronger. I would like to encourage, as you're going about thinking of your goals for 2015, that you consider the people that are on the waiting list, the 666 people who are fervently, I'm sure, waiting on the waiting list to be able to build their dream home in this community, and that as you go along with your planning for this year, if you would consider these people, that after we're sure and positive that we'll have enough water to help all of us who are here now, and we will be able to increase our water usage to perhaps some new people, we could consider a small group of people on the wait list that perhaps we can accept and get them some will-serve letters and move forward in this regard. First things first, of course, and I know you've got a lot of work to do, but I would very much appreciate and be very happy that if you would consider this one of your goals. So with that to do, I did want to mention also that we do have a build-out reduction program that we worked on many years ago. It still, I think, is in effect per se. We developed a total of 4,650 lots, which includes the houses that are on lots now and that all of us own. And that would also include the 666 new lots plus a little grace, a little elbow room in there. So it's been thought out and it's been well planned, and it's something that we can move forward with. We don't have to start from the bottom and work up again and reinvent the wheel. We have a viable plan in place that we can go forward with. Again, thank you for your time. Happy New Year.
Thank you very much. Okay, next public comment, Greg Hunter.
Good afternoon, President Robinette, board members, and staff. Today, I would just like to make a brief comment on behalf of my wife and I, and for all members of our community who feel as we do, to express our deepest gratitude and appreciation for your dedication, for your hard work, for to get the emergency water project completed. Given the short timeline available to implement this project and address our immediate water shortage, we believe you made the best decisions in the selection of this particular project out of several available, and getting a good financing package quickly into place, and selecting an experienced and preeminent engineering firm to design and manage the construction. In addition, your efforts to obtain assistance funding from the state saved our community millions of dollars. In considering the size of Cambria CSD and its small staff, to accomplish this project within such a short time frame was an amazing effort on your part. Our sincerest thanks to the members of the board, Mr. Gruber, Mr. Gresens, and to all the CCSD staff who worked so hard to make Cambria a happier, healthier, and safer place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, Mel McCullough.
Madam President, board members, General Manager Jerry Gruber, and staff. As you all know, I'm Mel McCulloch, the President of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today representing our Chamber Board, who has given unanimous support to the emergency water project, which you've just completed. I also represent a very large majority, if not all, of our 355 business members who have voiced their support to me and other Chamber Board members for the completion of the emergency water project on San Simeon Creek. I wanted to take a few minutes to reflect on the very historical day we had in Cambria on January 20th, 2015, when the water treatment system was turned on and the treatment process started and new treated water was going into our aquifer. I congratulate the board and management for your accomplishing something that I personally have been involved in since 1985 with many different boards who have not been able to accomplish what you have done in providing the community with a new source of water. For the first time in Cambria's history, you have provided the community with a new source of water for our emergency use and possibly permanent use. We will continue to support you in the future if the decision is made to make this emergency water source a permanent source of water for Cambria. Again, I thank and congratulate the board, Jerry Gruber, the staff, for a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, I think it should also be noted that Mr. McCulloch is the Cambria Citizen of the Year for 2015, and an award well presented.
Thank you. And that is quite an honor, too. We appreciate and honor the great work you have done in our community. Thank you. Next public comment. You're on. Amanda Rice. Got to hurry now.
Do I get 3 minutes or just?
Yes,
just
there you
two?
go.
I put together this slideshow because I think that Cambrians have done a fantastic job with their water use and reducing it. 1988 has is a special year for me. It is the year that we have records going back to for our water production. It's also the year I graduated high school, so I'm particularly attached to that number for some reason. And I just put this together so we could see it. It's a monthly, over the past 20, however many years, 26 years of the water use that we've done. And this past year has been exceptional. So this just shows you month by month, starting in 1988, and each year, starting in January all the way on one side and going through to December on the other side. And the going up is the number of acre feet. So these are the monthly amounts, and you can see during the summertime we kind of use a bit more to water our yards. The direction that the amount of water is coming into the screen, it shows whether it was up or down from the year before. So this year was up. (1998) was just a couple years after the board changed over and we had stopped a desalination plant from going in. And we're about to see this is the year that we imposed the moratorium on new connections. And then in the years after, we kind of went up. That's our biggest use year since '88, since the records are included. And then we kind of went back down and up and down as it went. And what we don't have is the records of how the rainfall was in each of these years, which would be a really nice thing to be able to correlate those two things. But at least we have a chance to see what the production looks like. So 2008 and 2009, 2007 I think was a year that there were surcharges. And we're getting close to, there's 2011, and then this is when I joined the board, went up. And up again, not very much, but just a little bit. And then here's us this year, 2014. So there's all of the years, you can see them in a row. There's our use for 2014. significantly less even than 91, which was a severe drought year. These are the months again for 2014. Here's 2013. And we kind of knew there was something going on, and that's what it looks like when you put 2013 up against 2014 for the drought. So if you're interested in having a copy of the slideshow, just email me. I'm at directorrice.ccsd@gmail.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Time's up. That was perfect. Next on public comment, Tina Dickinson. Did she change it? Okay,
No,
all
I
right.
haven't.
This one didn't get put.
I'm going to
You're
speak.
here to,
Yeah,
okay,
I'm here.
good, welcome. Thank you.
I decided after what I've just heard. By the way, Tina Dickinson, Cambria. In response to Mr. Crummett's comments, I think it's a little early to be asking for growth to address the water wait list. This project, as was outlined and defined to us, was an emergency water supply project for drought conditions. Currently, the project is up and running. But if you look at the water levels in both our aquifers, they're right about almost full. So how can you be running this project for 90 days? Where is that water going to go? For 90 days, you're going to be producing it, but where is it going? It's going to just spill out and go to the ocean. That's an absolute waste of what we've just are spending all this money on. So to talk about growth now, when we're going to, that water, and I'm going to go out there and check it and watch it, that water's just going to be spilling out because the aquifers are basically full. And all you have to do is look in your report and see where we are. So to even consider when what Cambrians have been put through and are still going through at 50 gallons per day, no outdoor watering, still using the buckets to, use for the shower and the toilets, and any usage outdoors is absolutely ludicrous in my mind, and it's an insult to the Cambrians who have worked so hard at saving, to what Ms. Rice just showed there, to go from almost the number of gallons to almost half the usage. Surely the board would not be doing something. It's just like, oh, we have this project, and oh, boom, let's start building. We don't have the infrastructure even. We don't have the roads to support it. You can't even find a parking place in town to go to the drugstore, to go to the cookie crock, to wherever. It's getting to be, I'm sure many of you are seeing this. I'm glad that we have the tourism. I'm glad businesses are doing well. But how do we grow by a couple of thousand people when we simply do not have the infrastructure? So I would urge the board to, I think what's in front of you legally would be a real challenge anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Crosby Swartz.
Madam President, members of the board, general manager and staff. I would like to make a comment on behalf of the Cambria Forest Committee. The Forest Committee is a California nonprofit public benefit corporation founded in 2003 by a coalition of public agencies and private citizens to develop and implement projects to maintain a healthy forest in Cambria and reduce the fire danger caused by dead trees and the buildup of flammable materials on the forest floor. The drought conditions we've experienced have increased the number of dead trees and other flammable materials to a dangerous level. The Forest Committee is working with the CCSD Fire Department, the San Luis Obispo Fire Safe Council, CAL FIRE, and other local organizations to secure grant funding for several projects to reduce fire danger and improve the health of our local forests. The CCSD was one of the founding agencies of the Forest Committee, and the current and past fire chiefs have been active members of the committee. Chief Miller is a strong and effective advocate for forest management projects to reduce the risk of wildfires in our community. At the January meeting of the Forest Committee, Chief Miller submitted his resignation from the Forest Committee because of concern by the district that the Forest Committee goals and policies may be in conflict with the CCSD goals and policies. We were puzzled and disappointed by this resignation. As an organization, we strive to maintain an impartial position where all parties involved in forest management can meet to plan and implement projects for the benefit of the community. As in other organizations, our policy is for a director to recuse himself from discussing or voting on any matter where there could be a conflict of interest. We are always available to meet with you to answer any questions and to resolve any conflict of interest concerns that may arise. The challenge of reducing fire risks in our forest and maintaining forest health for the benefit of the community requires full participation and cooperation from all of us. This is not the time to be restricting the fire chief's role on the Forest Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just,
there is no further public comment.
do you mind if I just quickly say something about that?
About the comments themselves?
About the Forest Committee?
We don't
can't take any
usually
action on
respond,
public
we don't
comment.
respond to public comment as such.
I don't want to
I'll let
respond
legal
necessarily, just
counsel
add to it.
go
I have
ahead
a
and rule on that.
question.
Well, as we know, the Brown Act does restrict your ability to respond to public comment, although brief comments are allowed or requests of staff. So, but it's at the discretion of the president, obviously.
Fine.
If it's a conflict of interest for the fire chief to be a member of the Forest Committee, then I would assume it's also a conflict of interest for a board member to be a member of the Forest Committee, which I've been a member of the Forest Committee since before I was elected to this board. And if that's the position of this elected board, then and the majority of the board wants to sever the ties from the Forest Committee, which I think has an important mission and a good place in this community, since their sole focus is the forest and not a lot of other things, which is what this group does. I mean, we have a Parks and Rec Commission, and the open space, and they have a specific focus, and they help keep us focused on the things that are important, because they're only on that, as opposed to us, which we have a bigger thing to be looking at. I don't need us to be taking any action, but if this majority of this board thinks that it's inappropriate for the fire chief to be serving on that committee, which is a coalition, then it would probably also be appropriate for me to resign too, which would make me terribly sad, but the majority of this board finds that to be something that I should do, then I would definitely do that.
Madam Chair, if the
Yes.
board so deems necessary to appoint somebody to the Forest Committee as an elected official, then that board member would serve in a policy capability and report back to the board. That involvement is totally appropriate. I support everything that Mr. Schwartz has said. I also support Chief Miller attending Forest Committee meetings. However, I do not support staff being on the Forest Committee Board of Directors.
Okay.
I have a quick comment if you...
Yes, Vice President
One of two things,
Cliff?
either that or we should bring it back for a discussion. Maybe we should bring it back for a discussion on another time, because I have another...
I think then what we will do is the conversation and the consideration we'll bring back for discussion at another meeting.
I think that what Director Weiss was saying is that it might be appropriate, and I'm sure that legal counsel will feel it would be when we're talking about ad hoc committees and what the president's desire is to have ad hoc committees. I think we could bring up that issue and discuss it a little bit at that time. It seems germane to that.
That would be appropriate.
Yes, because that's going to be an open discussion, and so we could then see where we want to go from there today.
I'll save my comments till then.
All right. Okay, being no further discussion, we'll move then into the manager's report. General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. My general manager's report speaks for itself. on January 20th, 2015 at 1:15. The emergency water supply project went into full production. I'd like to thank the community of Cambria, the CCS Board of Directors. Special thanks to Tom Gray, District Public Information Officer, County Board of Supervisors and county staff, Regional Water Quality Control Board, the Division of Drinking Water, CCI and CDM staff, along with RBF Consulting for working collaboratively during the past 12 months in order for the emergency water supply project to be fully operational. We will continue to move forward with the environmental impact report and the regular coastal development permit during 2015. The emergency water supply project will be operational the next 3 months to make sure everything is functioning properly. Monitoring samplings will be ongoing, and CCSD staff are properly trained. Are more than likely have sampling. The sampling will be ongoing, and CCS staff are properly trained. If I've inadvertently overlooked somebody, I apologize. I briefly included our goals, our 3 goals for last year. I think that we pretty much, especially on 1 and 2, the rate adjustment and the alternative water supply, we completed those 100%. And then goal 3, we made significant milestone improvements for the East Ranch. All the other managers' reports are included, including the district engineer and the finance manager's report. We have Patrick here at the meeting. I've asked him to stay for this meeting, but fire chief's report, all the other district manager reports are included. If there's any questions that I can ask, I'd be more than happy to.
Yeah, I have a quick question. I didn't see the fire. Is the fire chief here? No. I sometimes, you know, I look at these things and it says, I responded to a fire, you know, and there's a 1 or something. And I was just wondering, what's the threshold for calling that call a fire? Is that a smoke being seen, flames being put down, or what? Is the threshold high or low? I'm just wondering about that.
And if it's, I would defer to Chief on that. What's categorized as a fire? Is it, you know, Chief, if you would, please, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, staff. Every month in your packet, I include the breakdown. And basically, when you look at a fire call, it's anything that involves fire. It can be a structural fire, brush fire, car fire, rubbish fire, that type of a thing. Anything that doesn't fit into these other categories, a lot of times we'll get calls out for a report of a structure fire, and it ends up being a false alarm. We get there and we don't see anything, or it's like smoke that's mistaken, you know, like a light ballast that's mistaken for something that's on fire. That would fall into the false alarm category. So anything that you see in the category of fire on your tally sheet is something where there was an active fire burning that was extinguished. But it can be variable. It can be a variable thing. So we typically average anywhere from 20 to 10 active fire calls per year in Cambria. This year we ran 915 calls, which is a significant increase over 800 even last year. So it's a significant increase, but it was across the board. The number of fires that we ran last year wasn't significantly elevated, but EMS calls, hazardous situations, assists, and that type of thing were up. So that explain it? Yeah. But we do have an extreme fire danger situation in the community right now that I would like for everyone to be aware of. So, thank you.
Chief, before you leave?
Go ahead.
Madam President, at the last Pros Commission, the chief gave an update on a grant application from the Fire Safe Council, and I was wondering if perhaps you had a few comments on that and the status of that.
Yeah. we've put together a collaborative effort, and this is kind of a historical thing. I'm really happy to see where it's gone, but in July of last year, we put together the Green Space, the Cambria Forest Committee, and the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. We got them together in the same room with Carlos from CCSD, members of the fire department, and the business manager for the San Luis Obispo County Fire Safe Council. And the Fire Safe Council is like a clearinghouse for grants for fuel mod projects and forest safety, fire reduction programs, and that type of thing. And that group put together a grant request to try to deal with the Monterey pine mortality that we're experiencing at the tail end of this drought. It has been estimated that as much as 40% of our Monterey pine forest is dead or dying, which creates a significant issue for us because in nature, the typical thing that happens when a forest dies out is you have a stand replacement fire that comes through and burns it out, and then it regenerates. It's just part of the natural cycle. Well, when you have homes in the interface that are built there, you have a problem because if that happens, you lose a lot of homes and possibly a lot of lives of a lot of people. So it's an alarming situation, particularly on the northeast exposure to our town. That area where the Covell break was and everything. If you drive down Main Street and you look up there, it's obvious. We put together a video clip. Well, I have that video clip if you would care to see it or anybody wants to look at that. It's less than 2 minutes long, but it's an aerial view and a presentation that we put together for the Fire Safe Council to be able to view the forest and kind of get an idea of what they were supporting, because there's 4 grants. One's a $1.2 million forest health grant to remove trees. A second one is a $1.6 million grant to essentially accomplish the same thing, but to be done with a cogen plant to utilize the debris and the lumber to possibly generate electricity for a number of years. Maybe that would be able to work in conjunction with the emergency water supply. That was the idea. There would not be enough fuel load to keep that as an ongoing type of situation here in town, but it would be available at least to possibly get us through what would appear to me to be probably a 5 to 10 year project of trying to get out all of the dead Monterey pines that are there. You know, we can't just take them, cut them down and drop them on the ground. That's going to create more of an issue for us. Some of it would be appropriate to leave, but for the most part, most of it would have to be hauled out and something done with it. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. Those are the two big grants, and it would be working with the environmental stewards in this community, the Fire Safe Council, the 3 Cs, and CAL FIRE's inmate crews to come out and do fuel reduction here to try to deal with the issues that we have. There is a certain amount of money that's set aside for private contractors if we get into a situation where there's trees that are difficult to bring down, that we need the additional expertise of somebody with equipment to take trees out and that. We have the total full support of the Fire Safe Council Board in San Luis Obispo. I mean, Cambria is the focus right now this year. Everybody there recognizes what's going on and has thrown their full support to us. So I think we can be thankful for that, and hopefully we get some funding to deal with some of it. So if you're interested in seeing the video clip, we could cue that up right now if you want to look at it. I don't know.
Are
2 minutes, I'd like to.
Yeah, I think we'd like to see that. Before we do that, do we have any other questions or
I
comments?
just wanted to say, one, thank you. And one of the reasons why the cogen plant would be a good way to go is that we're not allowed to, because of the pitch canker, we have an issue with, we can't just send it out to the dump
Yeah.
when we've got the trees down. We have to be careful about not spreading the pitch canker, right?
Yeah, and it would be nice to be able to do something, you know, to be able to reutilize the amount of lumber that's there. But yeah, that is a concern. The only other option we would have would be able to have it ground at the Windsor site with their tub grinder there to grind the big stumps down. But one thing that I think would be a real issue down the road for us is to think that we could take the trees down and leave them on the forest floor. I think that type of litter builds up and it creates more problems down the road.
And I hope we're talking about replanting too at some point.
Yeah.
With that. Then we had discussion last year about doing some kind of workshop for the community, maybe an evening time workshop about fire and evacuation plans and how, you know, what people need to know in Cambria, since we are still in a drought situation, and hopefully we'll get rain and we'll have a lower fire risk this year, but we're still, summertime is always a fire risk. So I think having one of those might be good, and I don't know if that's possible with all the things that you have going on, but I sure wouldn't mind if we could try and get that. I don't know if the rest of the board has any feeling about doing something like that, but I would like to see something to provide the community with it, knowing what they should be doing in a situation.
Weren't you working on that and having things at the cookie crock or what?
We were able to utilize grant funding that we received for hosting the San Luis Obispo County wildland drill. I don't know if you remember, it's been back probably 5 to 7 years ago, somewhere in there. We hosted it, but we got a considerable amount of money. I think we had $12,000 that was granted to us to develop a pre-attack plan, which is a very intricate map that's set up to deal with a fire scenario in the area, to be handed out to fire suppression personnel that would come in from out of the county and in-county resources that would have the ability to kind of identify where they're at and what the plan is. That is a detailed document that we have at our disposal, but also along with that, we were able to develop the Cambria area evacuation plan. And there's copies of that out on the desk out there, and we were able to have those printed up, and those are fairly, they designate shelter areas, different things, because fires are variable. It depends on what direction they're coming from, where they started, how much evacuation time is available. So a scenario could be totally different. If it started like the fire that we saw in Weed, California in September, took off so close to the town and was under such, heavy wind conditions that fire was on them so fast that people wouldn't have the ability to evacuate. That type of thing here would be something that I don't even want to deal with. That would be a worst case scenario. But you have to kind of consider that as something that could happen when you're creating an evacuation plan. But most folks want to see, what do I do? They want to have it in black and white, that there's a certain procedure to follow. And it's not that easy. It's more complex because the fire, it depends where it's at, where it's coming from, how long you have, and all of that type of thing. So we tried to develop our evacuation plan with that in mind, and to designate certain shelter areas and different areas of refuge where you could go. But the key to this thing is going to be if the community has that document and they look at it before. It's not something that you're going to be able to grab when the fire starts and look at it and figure out what you're going to do.
Yeah,
It's
New Orleans had videos ready to distribute to all the churches and community groups 2 weeks. It was sitting in a warehouse, ready to distribute 2 weeks after Katrina hit. So we want to make sure that we don't have a situation like that. That's why I keep
Yeah.
asking about having some kind of, because
I-
people can read, but it would be nice to have some kind of workshop. People learn in different ways and be able to ask questions. I know it could end up being a rather long thing, but I think if it managed right, the folks that would come would be really ready to learn about what they need to do in a situation of an emergency.
I think it would be an excellent idea from that viewpoint, and also just to raise the awareness of the current conditions that we're seeing here in town, so.
Yeah, I would like for us to give more thought to that and what it would look like and when it would happen, and so that people could have that. And I know all fires are a different case, so, depending on what's going on. But because we live in this forest, and because we have so much with the, with the forest dying and just fuel for fire all the time, it would be really helpful. So maybe we can follow up and see what we can come up with. Is that evacuation plan the same one that's in the phone book?
No, the one that's in the phone book has created a lot of confusion because it's got a lot of arrows and stuff on there, and it's like.
Why are we evacuating on that one?
That just basically kind of shows the routes out of town. Basically, you have two ways out. You're either going to go north or south on Highway 1.
Most of us
And
know
then,
that.
so that part of it is kind of a no-brainer, but, knowing your routes around in your neighborhood.
In the neighborhood.
And then depending on which way the fire's coming from, it might be prudent, instead of trying to get out on Highway 1, to head down to the coast, down to the, down into the area where there's not the timber.
Yeah.
And get out of that scenario and get into Shamel Park. That might be a good place to go. And those type of places are noted in there as refuge areas. And, statistics show that most folks that are fatalities in a wildland fire end up dying in their car trying to evacuate, because one car goes off the road because they can't see through the smoke, and it blocks that road. And then it also blocks fire personnel from being able to get into the fire, and it just escalates. But most people that are fatalities in a wildland fire are burned over in their vehicles.
Is this information too much to put in one of our mailings sometime?
Why don't we put it on the website? Is it on the website?
On the website, it should go on the website for sure.
We need to do a lot of work to get all that on our website. There's a lot of stuff that we need to update on the website, but that would be a very appropriate place to have
The district website. The district website, is it?
Yeah, we need to update our fire department portion of that to include a lot of those kind of things, which is something that I want to do for sure.
That would be really timely. And two other questions just very quickly, because I know CERT is always at the ready, and there's a lot of us CERT folks out here. But on the last CERT training, how many new people were trained?
On the last go-around, I think there were 20 in that class.
Okay.
But those folks haven't committed to whether they're going to be on the team yet or not.
Oh,
So those
okay.
are new trained people, but I think there were 5 or 6 of them, to my recollection, that were interested in being on the team, and they were working to try to get a few more of those people out of that group to be interested in being on the team.
Okay. And the other question was, and Director Rice had also touched on it, on the grants and the clearing the forest, but then the forest restoration and new tree plantings. Is there money in the grant for that?
There is a small amount of money in the grant for that. The grant was originally 1.2. For the first one that we've heard back on, we advanced into the second round, but they highly encouraged us to cut the request amount from 1.2 million back to $500,000 or less. So what our approach now is to try to phase that in as that's over a performance period of 20 months. So that would be like one phase of something that we would try to phase in over a period of time that would play out over maybe 5 to 10 years to try to deal with it. Because it's a pretty large problem. I mean, there's a lot of work out there. So we phased out tried to kind of scale it down, and a lot of the money that was available for private contractors, for planting trees, that kind of thing, got scaled down as well. And but there is an awareness of that. That was one of the topics that came up with the Fire Safe Council, that a few of the folks on that board were a little uncomfortable with, because they thought that a lot of the problems in this forest were that it was overgrown and that it had stressed itself out and needed to be thinned out, and that it would be counterproductive to go back in and plant trees where you're taking trees out. So I'm sure that that's not the approach that Green Space, the Forest Committee, or the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve have in mind. I don't think that their idea is to try to replace each tree that comes out with another tree right in that spot. That's something that the Forest Committee struggles with a lot, is where the appropriate places are to plant seedlings. But technically it's supposed to be, each time you take one of these trees out, it's supposed to be replaced on a 4-to-1 ratio. You're supposed to put 4 seedlings in for each one that you take out. That may be too aggressive for certain areas. It may, it may be appropriate. It just depends.
Yeah, removing one of the native trees, it's like 4-to-1, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I believe only if
Friends of
it's
the
not dead.
Fiscalini Ranch Preserve had an extensive forest study done, and I was wondering if anyone had been able to share that with you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from Rick Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that is in play. As another thing I forgot to mention with this, part of this package is a community wildfire protection study that's being done by Cal Poly. Dr. Christopher Dykes and his senior class have been in town, and they are running fire behavior models and taking pictures and looking at the fire problem here, and it will play out as their senior projects, and it will also become available for us to use as our community wildfire protection segment. And they will run fire models and be able to identify areas that are, in a higher risk for extreme fire behavior and that type of thing, which becomes a big part of this, because that's where a lot of those type of areas would be the areas of concern, or where our crews that would mitigate would go to work first. So.
Okay, any other discussion?
Just one. As I understand it, the funds for this grant would come from the Cal Fire Fire Safety Fund that we all are so happy about paying into every year. So it would be very appropriate that we did get some of these funds back to the community.
Yeah, the SRA fees that were so popular last year when they were kind of forced through, but yeah, you are totally correct about that. I think that's been something that's been on my mind, is those funds go out into Sacramento, and then they get doled out, and we could be left sitting here paying that fee but not receiving anything for it. So we're working hard to try to get a little bit of that back to where we benefit from what everybody's paying out.
Yeah,
here.
we pay quite a bit.
So.
Thank you. Are we ready for the slide?
Okay,
Slides?
this video clip was put together by myself and a very talented and artful member of the Cambria Community Healthcare District. He's a paramedic with the ambulance, and he has a drone. So when you look at this and you're thinking, well, where did you get the helicopter? This is all shot from a drone, and it was edited. I did the storyboard for it and basically narrated it, and Chris Coronado from the Healthcare District put this together and edited it, and I think he did a great job on it. So.
Thank you.
Cambria, Pines by the Sea. The area is treasured by many for its natural beauty and its rare pine forest. Cambria's Monterey Pine Forest is one of 4 natural stands remaining in the world. The forest resources here are a treasure and have been protected to the point of overgrowth. Recent effects of the drought have impacted the forest dramatically. It has been estimated that there has been as high as a 40% mortality rate for the Monterey pine in the Cambria area. The forest condition has resulted in extreme fire danger and has prompted the local environmental stewards to apply for grant relief. The Cambria Forest Committee, the Friends of the Fiscalimi Ranch Preserve, and the local Cambria Green Space are collaborating with the fire department and asking for your support in preventing a catastrophic stand replacement fire in this interface zone. Help us protect this treasured environment and enhance life safety in the community of Cambria, California. Thank you. This video was put together to, originally the Fire Safe Council wanted to host their annual meeting, which was last week. They wanted to do that here, but it conflicted with the Wine and Arts Festival, and it was not available to do it, and they didn't feel comfortable going to another site, so we tried to bring. This was intended to bring the forest to them, to where they could get their eyeballs on to see, because we're asking them to support us for the lion's share of all of San Luis Obispo County's grant funding for this year, which they were more than grateful, and they voted for it. So hopefully we get all of the grants we're asking for. Right now, we've only heard back on the one, and we're in the second round for that, so I'm optimistic that we'll get the funding that we're looking for. So,
Thank you very much, Chief. It's very good to have that update. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Okay, returning to the manager's report. Discussion or questions? Let's see. I want to have discussion first. And then we'll go to public comment, and then if there's any concluding questions or discussions back from the board. So first of all, any comments or discussion? I'm going to start on my right at this point. Director Thompson? Nothing? All right. And Vice President Cliff? No. Director Rice?
It looks like we've got a new wastewater supervisor. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are we going to be introduced at any point? Or I mean, I'm glad to have somebody on board for that position. It looks like we have a few other positions that are open we're trying to fill, and I'm glad to have that person here.
We
nice
can.
to meet. It'd be nice to know who we have taking care of these things. It's all. I know that you're in charge of taking care of everything, but
No,
you know,
but
you hire people that
yeah,
we would like to know.
Yeah,
That's
I can have Orlando.
I mean, I don't want to take it out of his workday. I'm sure he's got plenty to do. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that would be. We can have him at the February meeting if that's what the board would like.
And question about the emergency water supply. Are we training water folks for that, or wastewater folks? Are we cross training? How are you?
Training the water department.
The water department, and for some reason, I don't know why I had this in my head, that there was something because of the type of facility that it is, that the person that is going to be running it is supposed to have a wastewater license, or is that wrong?
No, early on there was some preliminary discussion regarding who would be manning, whether it was wastewater or water, and then what level of certification.
Right.
So early on in the process, it was determined that it's a water treatment facility, and the chief plant operator has to be a T3, treatment 3, and then the shift operators can be less than that. But the chief plant operator needs to be a T3, and so we're in the process right now with the contract operator out there training our staff, which would be Justin and the water guys out there. We have 3 T3s, so we'll be able to man it, and one of the questions that was asked about the 3-month duration is it's really critical that we get staff properly trained out there. It's also critical during the first 3 months of operation, especially since we're moving forward with the regular coastal development permit, that we get as much data and water quality samples as possible, because that'll be in parallel and instrumental in us getting our regular coastal development permit. So it is a water facility going to be operated by our staff.
Okay, and I would like to see, I'm sure you have a calendar somewhere, I would like to kind of see a timeline of what you're looking at in terms of the things that have to get done as part of the regular coastal development permit and going forward, because I know there's more. I mean, are we completely done with what we need to do with the regional board? Are we completely done with what we need to do in terms of other agencies, and so we just have to go through the county process and coastal commission process? I just don't know any of it's a big ephemeral, the regular coastal development permit, and I don't know if there's how much is involved in that, and if we have at all a timeline or even a set of.
Well, we're in the process right now of coordinating, and the Water Alternatives Ad Hoc Committee would be involved in that. But we're in the process of coordinating right now with RBF Engineering, who is doing our EIR, and CCI, and the team, if you will, staff and everything, and coming up with the answers to those questions. But the very first thing we need to do is have a kickoff meeting and determine what those timelines are. And once we do that, I'll make sure that it's included in the staff report. And then what probably would be the most appropriate way to communicate that to the board would be one of the committee assignments that's later going to be deliberated is the water permitting ad hoc committee. And then what they could do is Bob and I can include it in our reports, and then they could report out on that. But I would anticipate in the next week or so that we're going to have that kickoff meeting. And then the result of that will be a detailed timeline and some of the key points in time I'll share that with the board. That's a good question. It really is.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And Director Barber?
I just have a very brief comment, because I'm not going to be on any some of these committees, and I want to weigh in on the page 41 where we're talking about the loans that we have. We're going to do something with this installment sales agreement. I'm sure we're going to prepay it down or whatever at some time, but the State Water Resources Control Board is the ideal it's the ideal vehicle to try, if we can get them to refinance or somehow. We shouldn't leave that as being a dead issue, because they don't have prepayment penalties. The lowest rate, I'm sure we got this a long time ago, but still, the state is, while we got the state hot and interested in our project, if we can help them in that refinance, I think that would be an excellent thing. So I'm sure the Budget Committee is going to look at that, but the state is really hot on trying to help people out, so this might be a time to do it.
Thank you. Good timing. That's what we're looking at.
And just
Director Rice?
Following on that, about the how are we handling the, because when I'm looking at the finance officer's report about the LAIF balance and looking at what we have in LAIF, and it looks like money that we expended from the general fund that kind of was a loan but not a loan, because then we got the money from the loan from our and inside our own agency loan, as opposed to the loan that we got from outside. And I see that our general fund unallocated is very, very low compared to how it was last year. And I'm hoping that we address the issue of the emergency water supply that was spent out of the general fund, so that we don't end up with all of the money in a restricted fund that it was my understanding was actually not expended on the water supply, but it had to be somewhere. We're not down to $462,000 because we didn't spend it. I mean, the money is somewhere, so that's kind of an important, because we're relying on that general fund as kind of a cushion for when we have budget overruns and we go beyond our spending of what we actually are bringing in. At least that's my understanding when we had those conversations. And Tracy said that it wasn't really expended, so we didn't have to have it set as a loan in order to be able to have the general fund paid back. But I'm seeing now restricted funds under the emergency water supply. And I don't know how I just want to make sure that what we're not doing is we spent a lot of money because we needed to spend it for the emergency project. But my understanding was that that part from the general fund was going to be essentially not affected.
Is your question when we started up before we got the loan about the $2 million?
Right.
And wasn't that $2 million returned to that
But I'm
line
not
item?
seeing it here.
First, these are very good questions. So when we got the proceeds from the loan, we returned that to the general fund, essentially paid ourselves back that,
It's in
and
there.
part of that was that $2 million. We're also going to be bringing back a mid-year budget adjustment in February. But I want Patrick, because Patrick is here and he's our new finance manager, and I want him to feel comfortable with answering your questions. And I think it's important, if it's okay, to take a few minutes. But Patrick, would you come up to the podium and specifically address Director Rice's concerns relating to the general fund right now and the relatively low balance in that?
Well, the cash was repaid. And I'd have to go back and look at the history of the general fund cash balances, because I'm not sure what they were before.
Okay.
But it is, the fund balance is shown as it is right now, but the loan has been repaid.
Wow.
To
So
ourselves.
we've-
To
so we have
ourselves,
spent
right?
a
Pardon?
gob of money on top of the gob of money we had already spent then.
You know, I'm going to have to research
I
it
know
because
you.
I'm
I
not
know you're
familiar
brand
with
new.
it. Yeah.
And I don't expect you to have a history in your head already.
Okay.
And I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to address these before the meeting. The last week has been a little bit crazy to be
Okay.
able to get a hold of staff.
Yeah, but I will
but I
look
would
at
like
it.
to. I would like to make sure that I mean, it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the board had this understanding that this was not going to be, that money out of that we had last year in the LAIF that was general fund was paid back. But then, so does that mean there's another 1.5 million that is gone from last year? That's a lot of money.
I don't think so.
No,
This is not,
no, that's not the
what I
case.
understand.
What-
We
so
need
we're
to-
That's not what this
we're
is
looking
saying
at
to
we're
me,
looking at an
so I'm-
$8.9 million project, and we'll give a detailed explanation next month as part of the mid-year.
Okay, I just would
And
like
the-
to be reassured that
yeah.
the money is not, absent entirely without at least knowing where it went.
Oh, yeah, we know where every,
it went back
we
in the
know
fund.
every penny, where every penny went. Now, the change orders, and I've sent this to the board, and there was no questions about it. As the process moved forward, there were additional requirements from regulatory agencies. And there was really quite a few of them. To name a few, some mitigation measures, to go for mitigation, red-legged frog. The most recent one was the emergency response plan of about another $50,000. So we feel fairly comfortable, actually have a high comfort level that all the change orders for this project are going to be right about $600,000. Now, if it's an $8.9 million project and all the change orders represent about $9.5 million for an emergency design build plant that's right about 6.6% or so, we did really well. A lot of those things were not driven by us. They were driven by the requirements of the regulatory agencies to keep the process moving forward. And so that's probably about the bottom line and what the project's going to cost us. And there may be a few more things here and there, but we also need to have some policy discussions, and we've met with the Budget Committee. We need to have some policy discussions on future mitigation measures relating to the regular coastal development permit, and what the board will feel comfortable about setting aside for that. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and I'm confident that we can sit down and make some good policy decisions. And here's the moving pieces. The moving pieces are the original cost for the project, the cost overrides, the language within the Prop 218, which there's language in there about giving a portion back to the community. There's the conditions of the loan. There is the opportunity between now and August to pay that back. And then the grant proceeds, the $4.2 million, and when we can anticipate those cash flows coming in. So there's about 4 or 5 moving pieces, and it will require some policy decisions. I'm really glad Patrick's on board because we have some thoughts regarding that. But we haven't spent a tremendous amount more than we originally anticipated the project would cost, other than $600,000. And I don't want to take that $600,000 and sound like it's not a big figure, because it is.
Mm-hmm.
But considering the makeup of this project and how fast we did it, I'm very pleased with that. $8.9 million, a 10% override would be $890,000, and we're significantly below that. I think the email I sent to the board indicated about 6.6 to 6.7% of a cost override. Again, a lot of those are regulatory driven. So to address your concerns, I think that the project came in within our expectations of what it was going to cost us.
And we can expect to have those policy discussions soon. Have you heard when we might be getting the grant funding yet, or you haven't heard yet?
I would defer
I
to
know it's
Bob.
probably an early question.
No, I think Bob and we talked it yesterday. I think we're looking at March or something like that. There has to be an agreement worked out, and
Okay.
and I would defer on that to Bob. But so to answer your question, within the next month or two, I mean, you know,
Okay.
the mid-year budget adjustment will give the board a really good understanding of where the district is financially, not only as it relates to the cost of the emergency water supply project, but also the impacts that the reduction in revenues have had due to the Stage 3 things. But also the money that the administrative department has saved on staff reductions, and some of the other departments that we've saved in not filling positions. So you'll have a global picture. But also, we're available anytime if you want to come in and sit down and spend a couple hours with us. Patrick and I encourage that to answer some of your questions.
Okay, let's move then to, under this item, let's move to public comment. And we'll come back if there are any further questions from the board. So first on public comment on this item, Tina Dickinson.
I'm Tina Dickinson, Cambria. We've made so many requests to have the general manager's report to be divided up. So we have general manager, engineer, finance manager, fire chief, facilities, water, and wastewater, all bundled in to one report. We've asked for many times for you to divide this up. I wish our requests could be accommodated. It would be great. I noticed that that we do not have a January production report in this packet. We have only through December 2014 for production, and there's no production sheet here in the report. Also, if you look at the well levels, the date is incorrect. It says 1/12/14. I think you mean 1/12/15 for the Santa Rosa and San Simeon. I see that Santa Rosa is up, it's at 51.50 feet, and I would like to know if all of the water that we are now getting for our supply, for our demand and our supply for Cambrians, is all coming from SR4, since the facility is running as a test. Also, the Department of Drinking Water asked for another tracer test to be done. Could someone please ask me if that tracer test is going to be performed during the 90 days? They also have asked for it to be done during the dry season. I've spoken to folks, Kurt Souza, I've spoken to Jeff Densmore. So when is the next tracer test going to be taking place, since it's running now and we're not getting any water from it for our use? That's a question I have. No one can answer.
We will address that when you finish your public comment.
It's not public comment. I'm addressing agenda item. This is not public comment. It's an agenda item, so I should be able to get an answer. The Prop 218, too, bear in mind that while we have on our water bills, and maybe I need to bring this up when I think there's an agenda item on this later, I could bring it up. Again, I bring up the fact that if Cambrians are 50 gallons per day currently, how do we grow and keep Cambrians at 50 gallons per day? What kind of lifestyle are we going to have if you decide you're going to open up the water wait list, and how do you stay at a level 3? Those are all questions I'm sure you're struggling with. General Manager Gruber said, as far as the 1.5 million that Amanda Rice brought up, we know where every penny went. You may know, General Manager Gruber, but we who pay the bills would also like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen. I live on Park Hill, and I would like to speak to several issues that I addressed in an email. I have heard no response, although I expected to hear it today, and I didn't. So I would like to ask these questions again. Why do we have no report from the Water Department, and we have not had a Water Department report in 3 months? Why are there now, today, no job opportunities on the CCSD website? That was not the case on Monday, and it's not the case in your packet, which gives job opportunities for CCSD. So there's something fishy in the state of Cambria. I would very much like to have an update on resolution number 46-2014, which I'm sure you remember unanimously approving in December. And that was regarding the $353,000 grant that was applied for. At that time in his written report, your general manager said that he was very optimistic about getting this grant. There is no update whatsoever on it in your agenda today, 5 weeks later. I would like to know on page 27 of your agenda packet, should you like to turn to that page, gentlemen and ladies? It says, a conference call is planned for the 22nd of January to review how the emergency water supply project will be considered by the core team, that's the Army Corps, within the EIS being developed for the long-term water supply project. I heard no update on that phone call. I assume that it has taken place. I assume that in the big ephemeral thing that Director Rice referred to, maybe we can get that kind of information in a calendar that will tell us in the community what decisions actually are lying before us, especially with the CEQA and NEPA activities. Friends, I don't like to bug you. It bores me tediously, friends. But you must address this for the community's information, of whom I am one member. I would like to know on page 27, there's reference to the higher medium categories, and it says, because San Simeon and Santa Rosa basins do not fall into the state's higher medium categories, the formation of or participation into a GSA by the CCSD would be optional at this time, as opposed to meeting the SGMA's specific completion milestones. Wouldn't it be wonderful to know what they're talking about when you receive their report every month? I would like to know, finally, on the finance report, and I welcome the new finance officer. I have many, many questions which I will not pose today. I will pose them in writing before your next meeting. But I would like to know on pages 35 and 36 of the finance report today, which I'm sure you have all diligently read, I would like to know, what does ADJ stand for? These are very interesting statistics that you've got on the base use, the actual use, the overuse, the parenthetical use, but it's very unclear without a glossary what the meaning of all these terms is. So friends, I hope that you heard Ms. Dickinson. I was hoping, Madam President, that in your new residency in that chair, you would divide up number 6 on the agenda so that we could address specific categories rather than the entirety of the CCSD in our 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In concluding on the General Manager's report before we move to ad hocs, were there any other comments to be made for that report, Director Thompson?
Just one. I'd like to note that Carlos and his team did a great job on refinishing the floor of this this hall, and thank him for his good work. It occurred right before the Art and Wine Festival, and I'm sure that it got a few nicks, but it still looks great. So.
Thank you. Director Rice.
Thank you. Thank you, President Robinette. I would like to again request, and hopefully we can get a board consensus here, that it would be really nice to have something like a balance sheet, profit loss, something that shows us what we're looking like in our cash flows. So we don't, I mean, the only thing I really have is the expenditure report. Now, fortunately, I at least have the water sales, but I don't see anything on the property tax. And I don't see how we can fulfill our fiduciary responsibility if we don't have the appropriate, complete amount of, right now, it's so disconnected what we're spending and what we're getting coming in that it's impossible to tell what's going on. I can't even get an expenditure report that isn't just a list of the checks by vendor versus having it by department. So I have to go through and enter these all in myself if I want to see how much each department is spending by the month. It would be really nice if we had reports that were clear and easy to understand and gave us an idea of how good or bad we're doing on a monthly basis with our actual, and I don't know what the technical terms are because I'm not an accountant, but something that would show us what's it looking like. Are we going to have to go to LAIF to cover what our personnel checks are going to cost us this month? And I'm very thankful that Tracy did a few things with the expenditure report in breaking out what we're paying for retiree medical costs and what we're paying for some other things. And I am very glad we have the expenditure report at all, because it's the only thing that's really showing me something. And again, thank you for having it included the water and wastewater sales too. But I agree, I don't know what ADJ means either. And it would be nice to have something that was, I appreciate the changes that have already been made. I still don't feel like I have the data that I need to be able to feel comfortable with my fiduciary responsibility as a board member. And I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it, but I don't feel like that this is, when I look at other boards and what San Simeon gets, I look at, I'm a government groupie. I see all these things. I look at what Pismo Beach is doing. I look at what all these different agencies do. And ours are not the CSDA training, the examples they gave. I mean, it was clear and easy to tell how the district was doing that we were looking at. So it would be really nice, because we're lay people. We got elected, and most of us have background, and most of us are very, very smart, and we can look at things and understand them, but it would be nice to have something that the public could understand and that we could understand without having to take an extra hour and a half to figure it out. So I appreciate the changes that have already happened. Let's do something that we feel is even better.
Madam President, may I? We do have detailed department summary sheets that we can provide instantaneously. We use those at the department levels to generate these figures, and if the board so desires, we can provide those to you at any time and include it in this board packet if you would like. And with that, but historically, that hasn't been the desire of the board, and if the budget committee in the later conversations would like to suggest that, we can. So I don't want the Director Rice or any of the board members to think that we do not have any idea of the expenditures and the revenues and the expenditures as it relates to the individual departments. We know down to the penny what is being spent. If you look at page 34 and you see the fire department, facilities and resources, parks and recreation, administration, the general fund on page 34, those figures to the far right were derived from the reports that I'm referencing. And so we don't include those because we didn't think that you wanted the details of the departments and how the departments are doing from an expenditure standpoint. But the figures in these reports are derived from those. And Patrick has done a good job in tweaking those a little bit, because my desire for the new finance manager and my department managers is that I want them to have something that's really easy to understand. And these are really easy to understand. If you don't have any budget experience and you're a new department manager, let's say, and you're sitting down with us, within a relatively short period of time, you'll feel really comfortable on the figures that are there. So what I would like to do is, and I don't know if Patrick's going to stay for the whole meeting or not, but by the time he gets back to the office, we'll make sure you have those. And we take direction from you guys. Whatever information you want, we can provide for you. But Director Rice-Moore, anything else, I want you to feel comfortable in these figures and how they were derived.
I keep hearing from Chief Miller that they've done a bunch of things under grant funding, which is super fantastic that he's been able to corral those resources. And I know those grant monies have been fewer and further between in the last year or so, just because the opportunities have been different from what we needed to get money from the fire department. But when there's special trainings that are funded by the Department of Homeland Security or whoever, FEMA, because I know that they do sponsor those trainings. It would be nice to know that when I see an expenditure report on a training for a fire person, that's actually not coming from our property tax because it's being funded. The federal government said we want to train your firefighters for whatever, that's why it's hard for me to tell how this stuff is getting funded. And I really want to be able to understand whether we're pulling money out of our cushion that we call LAIF, that's not technically a reserve fund, or whether we've got the money coming in because we've got the rates or we've got the property taxes, or we're waiting on property taxes, and so when the property taxes come in, we put it back into the LAIF. It would just be nice to be able to see that. I don't want to do the books, but I want to be able to understand, because I know that it's a very complex thing to be tracking all of this, but a clear report would be nice.
I think that's.
Go ahead.
I've got to admit, I like what is lacking is income and projected income. I'm used to looking at a profit and loss statement, not necessarily a balance sheet. So I know it's tough to forecast a $300,000 grant, but it highlights the fact that you're projecting that we could get that grant, so we know how to react to that, even if we put a percentage on it, say it's 50-50 or something. So
Yeah, and
income is not on these reports.
Yeah, and Patrick, what Patrick brings to the organization is a great deal of municipal experience with cities and special districts, and what he's been able to do in a relatively short period of time is I'm really pleased with the results. But I'm also hearing that there's some additional information. So again, what I would suggest is that that we get a consensus from the board and tell us what you want, and we'll make sure we provide it to you. That's not a problem at all.
What I'd like to propose on that is, I think this is a good discussion. I would like to have somewhat of a budget at a glance update that is truly very simplified in a way, but very revealing bottom line types of things. And if we could have maybe a couple of different formats that would give us a thumbnail sketch ongoing, so we can feel a little more comfortable where we are, what's projected, and perhaps put that basic essential information into a format, maybe 2 or 3 different formats, maybe not, some of the elements are missing, and get feedback from the whole board on whether we feel that this is what we're looking for.
And instead of, some points have been brought up that are valid within the community. So we do have a lot of managers' reports and a lot of departmental reports buried within the general manager's report. We've slowly added those. 3 or 4 years ago, we were silent on all the different department activities. From a time management perspective, I don't know how efficient it would be to go over each one of the department managers. I used to do that. We used to spend a couple hours in the general manager's report. But since this could be a suggestion, and we can talk, President and I can talk about it since she determines the agenda, is since there's so many activities going on as it relates to the financial part of the organization right now, we might want to consider just separating that out and have Patrick on a PowerPoint, just like Director Rice did, or just like President Robinette did today, giving you and giving the community each month a snapshot. And instead of just incorporating it into the general manager's report, spend a few minutes, spend 15 minutes or so going, here's where we are. Each department can be a one-page summary, and the revenues and can be a one-page summary. It's not that difficult to do. and we can work on that. But I think next month, as part of the mid-year budget, since there's so many things going on and so many policy decisions that you're going to have to make as a board, that having the finance manager's report possibly separate from all the other reports is probably a good idea at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. All right, no further questions though on the general manager's report. Let's move to ad hoc committee reports. Do we have any that want to report? Matt?
Yeah, I'll report that we did have an ad hoc water committee meeting. At that meeting, we basically reemphasized the staff's priority ought to be on committing to the regular water permit, that staff time and energy should be directed towards that. We also received I don't know whether you notice information from the Army Corps of Engineers that they're continuing their work on the EIS for determining the potential alternate water supply. So that's basically what they indicated, that they're working on that with their contractor. That's all I have.
Do they know we have an emergency water supply? I'm just,
Well,
are they incorporating that into what's happening with their EIS? I hope.
What they're looking at is an ERS for all the options, and that's what's being continued to work on.
And one of those options, I hope, is what we just built?
One of the options was the brackish water.
Thank you.
Just one question on that is any of their work going to be beneficial to us in terms of our EIR? Can we use their efforts to support our EIR?
Depends on what the report says. You know, they have to determine what alternatives are environmentally the best alternatives. You know, so we really kind of have to wait till they finish up all their activities.
Do we have any idea about on a timeline on that? Because I know we had at one point they had a date, January, I think this year, that they were going to have a draft out or something.
I think they're still thinking within this year.
Any other reports, committee reports?
I did attend the PROS Commission meeting. Most of their meeting centered around the discussion of that Chief Miller presented on the Fire Safe Grant. So that was the information that they got. The Friends of the Fiscal Indian Ranch Preserve is meeting this afternoon to discuss their goals and objectives for the coming year. So that's all I have to report.
All right, thank you. We have a request that came in after we started the item, but it actually is 6B on the ad hoc reports, I believe then. Tina Dickinson?
Tina Dickinson. Couple of things. I don't think Elizabeth's question ever got answered on the ADJ. Does that mean adjustment? What does it mean? It'd be great if the finance manager could answer that. I have a question on the November expenditures, because I missed November and December's meeting, but I looked at the expenses paid out, and there was an expense reimbursed to then President Behringer of approximately $46 and some cents to attend the SLO grand jury. So I had a question regarding that as to what that was all about. On the Army Corps of Engineers that was brought up just now, on the EIS, EIR, how is it possible that they can complete this when they were out of money? And they told you December of 2012 they couldn't complete it because they didn't have the money. How is it possible now that they're able to complete it? Where did the money come from? You seem to be, Director Clift, you seem to have all the scoop on this.
Finish your comments, and then if
That's
the president wants me to respond, I'll respond.
Are you finished with your comments?
Yeah, I would just say thank you for at least considering, General Manager. to separate out at least a component of the general managers. But I think we definitely need a general manager and an engineer's report. It'd be great. We used to have Brian Bodie here at every meeting. Utilities supervisor. We need more information. We absolutely do. In every area. We're paying very well, handsomely for it. And so then if you could answer those questions, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm the only one that's, I think, at 6B, so is anybody going to answer the questions?
Yeah, are you finished? Okay.
All done?
You may be seated. Thank you. Vice President Clift?
I have no idea where the government gets its money, but ACE has indicated they have money to finish up the EIS report.
Okay.
And Director Robinette, would you?
Yes.
I could expand on that ever so slightly.
All right.
I think that it was a few months ago that, in fact, Ms. Robinette, I think we were down there talking to the Army Corps of Engineers, and because of the excellent efforts of Cambrians, they were able to find some money that they hadn't spent at the end of the year, and they were able to allocate it toward continuing the study, seeing that it was clear that we were going to proceed with something. So once the opposition, or once the community was actually behind a project, they felt that it was a good idea for them to expend the money, and I think that's what we got from the colonel. And whether they found other money, I'm not exactly sure. And yes, I did attend the grand jury.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move then next to the consent agenda. And
I move approval of A and B.
Second.
okay, it's been moved and approved, seconded, and I would like to do roll calls. I think they're perfectly clear then, so Secretary, Board Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Director Rice,
Aye.
Director Clift,
Yes.
Director Thompson, Director Berenger,
Aye.
President Robinette.
Yes? Okay, so consent agenda is approved, unanimous. And we wanted to pull C, and did you want to
Yeah,
talk to that?
I requested that we pull C because, as I read it, the addition of, and I have no objection to having some form of a donation tube, and also have some form of information table and trinket sales at the areas of the Bluff Trail. However, this is an MOU between the CCSD and the FFRP, but it says that nothing can happen on the ranch. Well, if nothing can happen on the ranch, why does the CCSD have a contract or a memorandum of understanding affecting FFRP's financial fundraising? We don't have a memorandum of understanding for their kitchen tour. I mean, we don't have any authority to have a memorandum of understanding with FFRP and regulate their fundraising if it isn't on CCSD property. Now, also, so what, in effect, what happened here is if you put a donation tube in a table, you're putting it either on county property or private property, and so you should be dealing with them, not with us. Now, and looking at the ranch plan, they have permitted uses, regulated uses, and prohibited uses. The last prohibited use is solicitation. I think probably what we ought to do is sit down with FFRP and us and whoever else is involved in it, and make an alteration to the ranch management plan that moves that solicitation form from prohibited to restricted. Because I can see in the future, we're going to have a situation on the East Ranch where the dog park might want a donation tube. That's solicitation. Where the guys might want to pass the hat at the soccer game. Do we just look the other way, or is that solicitation? So I would think that we could modify the ranch plan and get everything done that everybody wants done, and make it legit so that we're not just looking the other way, or somebody says, why can't I solicit funds for my organization because you're allowing somebody else to do it for your organization. So it's a matter of cleanup in my mind, that if we moved the in the forest manage, or in the ranch management plan, if we move solicitation to regulations, this would work just fine, and you could remove that red letter of where it's off the premises. And then we could enter into that kind of an agreement. We could also, in the future, enter into a kind of agreement if we need to with the dog park or with other kinds of things. And so we could set down policies of what kinds of solicitations we will allow, and maybe regulate how those solicitations will take place and how those funds are going to be used, that they maybe must be used back to take care of facilities of the park. So what I would suggest is that we pull this and sit down and
How would that affect their ability to be able to do the sale?
I think that's good for discussion. I'd like to move that we approve this, because I hate pushing things down the road. We approve this with the recommendation that the FFRP amend or consider amending the ranch management plan. It's their plan. We own the property, but it's their plan. They got to change it. So if we recommend that along with approval, we accomplish two things. We've actually done something today, and they have an opportunity to do something tomorrow.
but we've done something that means nothing.
Well, at least
It means nothing.
Well, no, it doesn't. It allows them. It allows them to put the tube on the ranch.
I don't want to be a party to approving a plan for them to use public property or private property, and we be a party to it.
Right. All they're asking for, I believe, if I read it correctly, is they want to put the tube on the ranch. They just can't have their goods.
You can't put the tube on the ranch because the ranch plan says no solicitation.
Okay, fine. Let's table it. But
All
I think
right,
with the
but-
recommendation that they change it, because we can't tell them what to do.
I'm saying let's table this, let's get the other thing cleared out, and then let's do it.
Okay, so how will we proceed? We'll table it and bring it back, but we do need to meet with probably both Joe Ellen and
Sure.
Joyce Renshaw for their
let the
input and
pros-
resolve it together with them.
I would say refer it back to the pros and meet with the general manager and the attorney and work it out.
All right.
I'm
Go
good
ahead.
with that. I'd just like to hear if Mr. Carmel has a view on that.
I'm always in favor of doing it clearly and correctly, and I don't pretend to know the ranch management plan with any detail. On the other hand, if there's a desire from three of you to move forward, you can do so tonight. It sounds like there's enough gray in there that it's probably worthwhile taking a step back, distilling all the issues, getting a grasp on this particular issue and bringing it back. But I don't pretend to know with enough detail to give you precise advice here. It's always better if there's confusion to continue. And
We could make it
Okay,
really
so
clear. I could
we'll-
second the motion and recommend a no, and then people can vote how they want.
Or we can agree to leave it tabled and bring it back.
I'll
So,
agree to table. Yeah, I withdraw my motion. We should kick the can down the road.
okay, so we'll bring it back next time, and we do need input then from other folks on this. Thank you. All right. Yes, you do have that, and that was my next thing up. You do have on 7C.
The item you were just discussing? Yeah. Okay, first of all, I haven't been to many, if any, parks, trails, where I have seen concession stands. I mean, selling T-shirts or trinkets. Really and truly, I have not seen it. I think if the friends want to sell items, maybe a good place would be at Joe Ellen's, office there in the courtyard. I really think it's tacky. Also, you know, Friends they do receive donations. We've donated. A lot of folks in town donate. They just got a nice big whopping $3 million. I really can't understand what is the need for this, and I think it's really tacky. I walk that bluff trail almost every day. And in order for, and I'm quoting now from page 62, in order for the MOU to be in compliance with the ranch management plan and the conservation easement, it has also been revised to indicate that if merchandise is to be sold, the table will be located off ranch property. The revised MOU was presented to FFRP Board of Directors at their November meeting. The FFRP accepted the changes. If you're going to take it off of ranch property, as Director Cliff brought up, where are you going to put it? On private property? Where is it going to go? So the office now that Joe Ellen has would seem to be a place where, and it's right there on Main Street where there are lots of shops and, you know, boutiques and stuff. If they want to sell it, why not sell it there? And put that out in the newspaper, have it in their publications. I think that would be a much aesthetically, certainly more pleasing, and I think people are going to be offended, quite frankly, by having little trinkets and T-shirts sold as you enter a beautiful trail that we've tried to preserve. It is our open space. It's what we've paid for, and it's what we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Clearly, there's a need for clarification, and I think trinkets on the ranch and things sold on the ranch haven't happened before, and so it'll be good to get the report back next month. Okay, being no further discussion and business on the consent agenda, A, B, and C.
Madam President, may I request one thing? Can we move item 9A, if you so grant us to do that, Bob Crosby, and move him in front of public hearing? He's been waiting here patiently, and he's dozed off a couple times, but he'll deny that. But if that's okay with the board, just to have maybe.
Well, I would think he feels it's been pretty exciting here, but I do understand, and that is a good suggestion because that is where I want to go. I want to take a break, but let's have the fiscal audit presentation first. A, then if that's acceptable and we can move around, then we'll come back for the hearing on A to A, and then we'll move to B after that. But we'll take a break after the financial audit report. All right? So, who would like to introduce then 9A? General Manager Gruber.
Well, let me find it.
Everybody's been waiting for 8A.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 9A is consideration of 2013-2014 fiscal year financial audit, presentation by Bob Crosby. The recommendation is to receive the fiscal year 2013-14 comprehensive annual financial audit report, also known as CAFRA, by Crosby Company, a certified public accountant. So with that, I'll invite Bob up and have him, he's been our auditor for several years, and to give you a brief presentation and answer any questions that the board may have.
Robert Crosby with Crosby Company, San Luis Obispo. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to work with Patrick this year. This is a financial statement from his predecessor, Alan, so it's pretty much Alan's numbers. Patrick had some input into this. Alan did a great job, and it's interesting that you guys selected Patrick because Patrick and I crossed paths way back in the 70s when I came aboard the USS Kitty Hawk aircraft carrier in the supply department. Patrick was leaving, and all I could hear from my bosses was, "How did Patrick do it? Just do it like Patrick did it." So you guys are in good hands with Patrick because he comes with some really good endorsements from my old bosses way back then. So anyway, the financial statements, pretty much the same format as the previous year. I just went through my audit, every 3 years I go through a peer review and I had to get a new auditor this year because my old one retired. It seems to me I should be retiring here someday, but evidently he got to retire before I did, so I got a new one. So it was kind of a joy to have a new CPA come in and look at my firm. We passed with flying colors. In fact, he left early because he couldn't find anything wrong, so, which is nice, because if they do find something wrong, then we have to address it. But the audit that he selected was one in South County. It was Napomo Community Services District, which we did for the first time in the county. We went for the award for financial excellence for Napomo. Now, I don't necessarily suggest that with this district, because if you think this is long, I think theirs is up to 67 pages now. So there's a lot of extra work to be done with that. As far as your financial statements, I try to make them as brief as possible so that it's easy to read. I am up for suggestions. I heard some dissension earlier about extra info. I can add extra statements in the back, which I have done for other districts, to make it more clear. I think the situation here, from what I hear from Director Rice, is she wants a simplistic set of numbers. And that's the whole premise behind Government Accounting Standards Board Pronouncement 34. I think she's nodded her head. Yes, I understand that. That is located, and I don't know where it is in your packet because I, again, didn't get the number correlation here, but on my page 2 and 3, that is the simplified, converted financial statement for the district for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2014. Again, it's in abbreviated format. This is what our guidelines have specified. It converts all the funds to the accrual basis of accounting versus, this is the government-wide financial statement. There's a fund financial statement, which still is in this financial statement. So there's 2 financial statements in here that show the various funds of the district. And there's also 2 pages of reconciliations to show what the differences are when we convert from fund financial statements to government-wide. So that's the gist of this in a nutshell. You've got 2 financial statements here. And then they've asked us to relocate some of the supplemental information. One of the pages used to be in the body of the report. We've had to move it to the end of the report, which was the budget comparison. Unfortunately, the budget comparison is just for the general funds. That leaves out the proprietary funds. So that can also be added if you want. I've done that before. It seems to be not a popular item, but we have been able to do that in the footnotes if you'd like to do that. I'm always open for changes. Again, I try to present these the way they would be presented to, say, the committee that looks at these for the award situation. I used to do a lot of city audits down in Southern California, and every one of them wanted to go for the award. Again, for special districts, this is a relatively new concept. Again, I don't necessarily think it's worthwhile, but you might want to look at it. As far as my financial, my auditor report, this thing seems to keep growing. When I first started, it was 3 paragraphs, and we had to memorize them for the CPA exam. Now it's grown into 2 pages. So, and it always seems to reduce my liability and increase your liability if you look at it closely. I'm not behind this. This is just standard auditor's report. But if you read through this, you'll find that you have a clean opinion. It's unqualified. Alan did an excellent job last year getting the info together. One of the things that they're looking at this year is minimal adjusting journal entries, ADJs. That's what we call an ADJ. Well, I don't know, an ADJ.
What is it called? ADJ, what, it stands for what?
Adjusting, well, ours is an AG day.
Oh.
Adjusting journal, ADJ, yeah.
Yeah.
The first 3 letters, adjusting journal entries.
Got it, thank you.
So, again, I don't know if that's what you guys are referring to, but anyway, the district only had 4, which is phenomenal, and those are all concerning, well, 3 out of the 4 were concerning just end-of-the-year adjustments to get it to the government-wide financial statement presentation. The 4th one was just a minor adjustment that missed some interest income. So it was excellent. And the gist behind this adjusting journal entries, minimal adjusting journal entries, is it indicates that throughout the year, your interim financial statements are very accurate, so you can make decisions based on the numbers that you're given monthly. So unfortunately, for Cambria, the information that you're given monthly is the fund financial statement basis versus the government-wide financial statement. So you're not getting that 2-page. See what I'm saying? Unfortunately, I've been looking for software everywhere I go that will enable the district, the city, to do this step simple and just push the button type of thing. I haven't found it yet. In fact, my son is the entrepreneur. He's now working with me in my firm, and he's got a brother that's a computer science major, who's doing programming. They're actually thinking about writing a program because nobody's doing it, and I can't understand why not. But the conversion should be automatic. I'm using an old DOS program that, from what I understand, is not usable on Windows 7 and above. Luckily, my computers are all Vista. Everybody talks bad about Vista. Hey, don't laugh. Vista services this program. And this program, I refuse to throw away my Vista computers because of this program, because it's so instrumental in getting these reports put together so easily. If Patrick wants a copy, if you can find a Vista or earlier program or computer, I'll let him have them. But anyway, it makes it very easy for me to put this together. It can also be done on an Excel spreadsheet, so just with a little bit of effort it can be done. So if Patrick wants to get together with me, I generally don't charge for middle of the year consultations. I answer people's questions, including board members, that sort. So I want this to be as perfectly clear as possible when I present these. So going back to my page 2 and 3, this summarizes the district. Unfortunately, I'm forced to use their format, and I don't know if they got tired when they did this format. This looks like a balance sheet, but it's now considered a statement of net position. It used to be a statement of net assets. They
Page
changed.
95.
Yeah, my page 2 has a little 2 with wings on it.
Just want to make sure I'm following the right
Everyone on the
place.
same page? All right. This looks like a balance sheet. However, to be in balance sheet, it needs a separate line at the bottom that combines liabilities and net position. Then it would be a true balance sheet. Why they did that, who knows? I don't know why. The other difference is that they don't break things down current versus long-term. However, it's in the order of current versus long-term. So if you just go down the list, you get down to notes receivable. That's pretty much, it starts to tend to go from long-term or short-term to long-term, current versus long-term. So you can do the quick analysis, gee, how are we doing current-wise versus current assets versus current liabilities. Again, as of June 30th, the district is in very healthy shape. Now, this cuts off at June 30th, so that's all I've looked through. You're going to have to talk to Patrick for anything after that as far as the projects that the district has been completing throughout the rest of the beginning of the next fiscal year. But as far as this financial statement is concerned, your current assets cover the current liabilities, if you add them all up. Or actually cover all the liabilities, which is phenomenal for a governmental entity these days. A lot of governmental entities are struggling. Again, like I said last time, the district over the years has been fiscally responsible, and it's good to hear that the projects that you guys selected are actually working whether it be too much water. I'd like to hear that when the public comes up and says it's too much water. But who knows? I'm not familiar with what the levels are at this point. The next page is my page 3. 3's on the side there. Again, this is their format. It's not something I had to do. It starts out in an upside down L shape or a 7. It kind of flows from the left, moves over towards the right, and then down to the bottom. Down at the bottom, third line up, are you on that page? I see confusion. It sets sideways. Okay? Statement of activities is another word for profit and loss or income statement. Okay? And if you look at the third line from the bottom, change in net assets, that's your net profit, net loss. The little brackets on there indicate net loss. That looks bad, but we've also included depreciation in there, which is a non-cash adjustment. So if you net that out, you guys pretty much broke even, if not had a little bit of a profit last year. However, that's not necessarily attending to the infrastructure that needs to be replaced over the years. So, okay, that in a nutshell. That's why they had GASB 34. That's why Director Rice wants this. It makes it easy to look at the district and get an idea what's going on at just at a glance. So, and again, I put these all on one page. I squish them on there if I need to, but it makes it easy for people to look at this. And then from there, we go back to the old format, and if you were here prior to GASB 34, this is the old way of doing things, with the exception of the reconciliation pages, and then we've also left out the fixed asset account group and the long-term debt account groups. Those are also left out for all you oldsters out there like me that are familiar with governmental accounting. However, in the footnotes, we've been required to expand fixed assets for both governmental funds and proprietary funds, and the debt service for the district. And so you'll see expanded footnotes for those items because of the models dropping those other two account groups. Any questions? I don't know how much time you want me to spend on this. Digest it. If you have any questions and Patrick can't answer it, give me a call.
Let's, start then with questions or discussion, and I started on the right last time for this, so let's start on the left, and Director Barnder, anything? Director Rice? You have to hear the people first, okay. Does anybody have anything? Vice President Clift?
Yeah, I just wanted to, your opinion, it's clear opinion that everything is done in the proper manner. Last year, did we have any recommendations for that?
Oh, for the management?
Yeah.
I didn't find anything. Again, I've been beating Alan up over the years.
And there's no recommendations this year?
No recommendations,
Okay,
no.
it's a clean opinion with no
Clean
recommendation?
opinion. It's kind of like my peer review, which
you.
makes it nice.
Thank you.
So,
Nothing?
I do have one question. That this is kind of a new, correct me if I'm wrong, it's kind of a new element that's involved, which is the other post-employment benefits.
right.
It looks not that good. Like we're not doing that good because we're doing a pay-as-you-go and we're behind. Is that right, or I'm not understanding?
It was on the pay-as-you-go rather than funding it. So, and that's been the decision of the district. You're up for next year to do another analysis of this. In the past, Alan's been doing them. The PERS has given us a simplified method to calculate it, and that's what he's used. And it was because of the staff reduction and several other factors, it brought out some numbers that actually make you look good. But
They do?
we'll see
Okay.
next year. Patrick was panicking this year because he thought he had to do one. And it turns out we don't, the district doesn't need to have one done.
But it's good for us to know what our, because
Right,
that is a
it's-
liability, just because we don't technically.
Right, based on the number of employees, you have to have one every 3 years. So
Okay.
These are going to be items of interest, this and the pension plan as far as funding these, because they're going to become tougher and tougher, it looks like,
Okay.
in the future.
And did we have a committee that reviewed this at all? Or did we have an ad hoc committee that looked at this, or this is the full board looking at it? And no, we didn't really have a committee to look at it ahead of time? Did the budget committee look at it?
Yes.
I'm looking for, what I'm looking for is I'm looking for some help in making sure that somebody looked at this really closely and had a discussion at a committee level and is comfortable with it, because I'm fairly comfortable with it, and there's a few things in here that concern me, but it sounds like I got it mirrored or inverted, so it's really actually not something I need to worry about.
Yes.
So this is what I'm asking for some help in making sure that you guys are all comfortable with this, and
Yes.
President Barry.
Okay.
Is this a motion for
Well,
receive and file?
I have one question now, too. Just to summarize, so you are, in your findings, you have found then that our revenues, our assets, then are enough so that we have no liabilities. Is that correct?
The current assets, if you look at those, and you compare those with your total liabilities based on page 2, they cover the whole liability.
Okay.
So,
And the reason I'm asking is because, and so then in assets, obviously that's revenue too, correct?
right, as of June 30th, so.
As of June 30th, and that is an interesting piece there, because we started with our very committed conservation measures in our community, I believe last January we were into this. So we have about 6 months where we've been great with our reduction in water, but then of course it's certainly reduced the revenues.
Right.
So to me, that's rather significant good news for us, and that still, even with the reduction in water and revenues, we're, at this point anyway, as of June 30th of 2014, still managing very, very well with that.
Right, and.
If you take out the depreciation, though, right?
Right, and unfortunately, I always liked comparative financial statements, and I have presented these in comparative format, not yours, but I have in the past. And it might be something the board might want to look at in the future. However, it's not really recommended. However, I've seen the big boys doing it, and I like to kind of like
Well, we can stay up with the big boys any day.
Director
And,
Rice, I look at these things and I look at new ways of doing them, and I've actually, I was the one that was behind changing United Way's financial statements nationwide, just because we modified them because of the way they were looking and the way we wanted them. So I have presented these in a comparative total. I put a total column on the side, and I have room for that. If you guys in the future want to do that, we can do that.
And you're reading my mind, because I have here the comparative then for probably 2013 back to 2009 as maybe a good figure. Because again, looking back, you still see trends, you still wonder then what were the circumstances that caused whatever it is that may be an anomaly or what. So I think in the future it would be good to have some comparative data.
Right, the only limitation on that would be, I would suggest if you do several years like that,
Yes.
put a separate schedule in the back
Mm-hmm.
that would show both the balance sheet or the statement of net
Yeah,
position.
trends, very, very helpful.
And then also for the profit and loss, so that it can be done over the different years. Unfortunately, we'll have to put some disclaimers in there. If I'm not one of the auditors that year, one of the years that, if say it goes that far, back that far, I would have to put a disclaimer in as to who audited that, or it was audited by other auditors. But other than that, we can still do it.
I think it would just give a better picture, so I really appreciate that.
So, I mean, I think I've been doing this, what, 4 years now? And then I took a break for 3 years, and then, I don't know how many years before that, so. I keep coming back to Cambria, so.
It's a good place to come back to.
It is nice up here, I tell you.
Thank you.
So,
I'd just like to point out a couple of things for our discussion. I don't think that I need to, I don't think it's necessarily a question. I noticed that our capital outlay costs have gone up immensely over the last several years, it reflects that our general manager is actually starting to take care of the infrastructure, something that he needed to be done when he got here. And I'm very glad to see that happening, but it also means that we've got a lot probably still to undertake. This probably represents a very small amount of the full amount that's going to need to be addressed. And so that was a trend. It's like the spending in that area. And so, and I fully support that. I think the board needs to be fully supporting that going forward. And if we've got depreciating assets that are going to need to be replaced soon, we better be paying attention to going forward, making sure that if we set a policy, we want this system to be up to the state that our emergency water supply system treatment plant is in, then we need to really be hunkering down and figure out how we're going to give him the revenue to be able to do that. So that, I just wanted to say that. And I guess I do have one question. Do you look at things like inventory, like whether or not we're tracking the miles on the vehicles and that kind of thing, or is that too much into the weeds of what you would be doing?
only if I detect a problem there.
Okay.
We look at inventory, but inventory for the district is minimal. It consists of mostly fuel. It's stored in the fuel tanks
So
and
like,
repair parts.
if we have a lot of tools and a lot of equipment and stuff?
Typically would be expensed as you use
Okay.
them, but if there's like flanges for the water department or seals or extra fire hydrants.
And
that
because
sort
your
of thing.
opinion's unqualified and there really wasn't anything that you found, that was the idea?
No, I mean, it's essentially, again, that's a minimal part of it.
Okay, thank you.
President Robinette, I'd like to make a comment, if you don't mind.
Yes, go ahead,
Your
Director
comment
Barger.
Your comment actually brought up an issue. If you look at, page 96, and we're talking about the business type activity, the revenue from water and wastewater appears to me to be insufficient in that business. We lost essentially $1.6 million, and I think that's something that we're going to be looking at in this coming year. As far as rate adjustments, I think that business should be self-supportive, even though we have lower revenue, and I'm sure that's coming up. But we're looking good from a technical perspective, but we can't keep subsidizing water and wastewater operations. So we have a good year to work on it because we have expenses, and hopefully we have water to sell. So thank you. So
Thank you for the observation. Okay, no further discussion. Do we need a motion now to approve this?
Just a receive and file motion.
Okay.
I move that we receive and file.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, roll call, please.
Roll call.
That's you.
Merle.
Director Berenger?
Yes.
Director Clift?
Yes.
Director Thompson? Director Rice?
Yes.
President Berenger? I'm sorry, Robinette, my bad.
He gets 2 votes. But I get a vote too, yes.
Old habits.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
we
you.
are,
Yes, thank you
thank
very
you
much.
very, very
Good job.
much. Let's go ahead now and take a 10-minute break. We're definitely ready for one, and then we'll be right back. Thank you.
2015, revising enhanced water conservation measures, restrictions on the use of potable and maximum water use allocations. Again, this is a mere staff report from of last month, including the existing resolution. Staff hasn't made any additional changes to what was originally proposed to you back in December, again, because this is just an extension of an existing public hearing. So what was brought to you before is the same as what is being brought to you now. The reason being is that the board asked for another month to consider this and deliberate it and to see what the weather conditions were for the last month since our last December meeting. With that, I'll turn it back over to the board, and we can answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, let's receive public testimony at this time. And so first on public testimony, we have Tina Dickinson, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. Thank you, President Robinette. From where I stand, it doesn't make any sense at all for you not to allow the maximum allocation as set by the level 3 drought emergency condition. Keep that in place, but allow people to use water as they please as long as they stay within that same allocation. So if I was allowed 12 units for 3 people and now I'm down to 8, whatever it may be, or if it was 6 and now it's 4, I think that the fact that our levels look very, very good, it doesn't make sense for you guys not to be getting more revenue coming in by people using more water, maybe being able to water outside instead of keep up this nonsense when our aquifers are just about full. So I would urge you to vote in that direction. I don't see how you could actually change at this point, going back to, you know, the 12 units and what we had prior to that. That to me is not wise. We still don't know what's coming forth. Besides that, as I mentioned earlier, the facility is in production. It's producing water that is just being tossed away. And will be tossed away because you can't put any more. I think San Simeon, the maximum capacity, Mr. Gresham's not here, but General Manager Gruber should know, is about 25 feet above sea level. And I think Santa Rosa, and I may be wrong, about 56 feet above sea level. And we're at 51.5. San Simeon, we're at about 21.5. So we're in good shape. And people have gone through some real hardships. And I've fallen off the deck once with a bucket of water, and other people have had all kinds of issues. But we're at a point where I think you can allow that. So it would also financially benefit the district. I would say that in regards to what General Manager Gruber said earlier, that the project itself is costing a lot more, I would have to say yes. An EIR was not done, and so therefore a lot of issues came up that were not addressed originally that should actually been looked at very carefully and thoroughly. So to say that, oh, well, we were accommodating the regulatory agencies who put this out, that would all have been dealt with had the EIR had been completed ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have, pardon me, Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by, Mark Kramer.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like just to recall the opening of this meeting with the fabulous representation of the middle school by these technical gifted kids with artistic gifts as well. And it would be a pity if already within the next 3 hours, 2 hours, we would start weakening our conservation program. I think that this challenge for Cambria is a real challenge, and that is to live up to our new state image of the place in California which conserves the most, both morally and in terms of water. I think that if we start saying we can use more water because it sits there now, we will start reversing what we have set up for people to emulate. I don't think if the water gets produced by the new brackish RO, whatever we're going to call it, that water is going to get wasted if it runs to the ocean. Water that runs to the ocean does not get wasted. We borrow our potable water from the ocean in the first place. And if you'd like me to, I can videotape the second graders talking about this. They are full of enthusiasm for not ripping off the ocean. And when they got their little things from CCSD yesterday in an upper grade, they were excited. I'm going to stick this on my shower and I only get 2 minutes, and they thought that was a real challenge. Well, it is. I don't need, you know what, come look at my hibiscus and my herbs on the top deck, along with a few geranium, some New Zealand grass. Come look. And you know what it gets watered with? The water I run to get the shower hot. And I'll have to admit it, usually only once a week. So if you find that walking down the street you run into me and it's a little aromatic that you hadn't expected, please notify me, and I'll try to up it to 2 showers a week. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Kramer.
My name is Mark Kramer, and I am speaking for myself, not for Cambrians for Water. Although many people have used other means and ways to water their plants and landscaping, my heart truly goes out to the people that have been using their buckets to climb upstairs, to water the few plants on their porch or in their vineyard.
It's not you, Mark.
Oh,
You're all
okay,
right.
thank you.
You're all right.
All right. I didn't think my 3 minutes were up that fast.
No, you're good.
But I really feel that allowing our local people to use the potable water at this time sends a wrong message to everyone, to Cambrians, to our county, and to everybody else that we've talked about in connection with what Elizabeth just mentioned earlier. I've talked to several people about this, and all of them support my personal position. I really would encourage our community to work towards getting our regular permit approved, and by then we can start thinking about using all the water that we'll have available. And I just feel that doing it right now sends the wrong message. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Carlson.
I addressed the board about this last month, and I wasn't going to speak this month, but this seems like such a contentious issue. I wanted to put in my 2 cents worth. And I agree with the previous speaker, Tina, about a slight increase in the use of water will help a great deal. There was a lot of talk today about the revenue, the drops in revenue. You can look at all of your data on that, and it's a very large concern. We're going to have to pay more money for less water if we don't get this on track. Additionally, you know, I was down at the get your water in a tank there even like a month ago, and one Cambrian I was talking to said to me, you know, I will never look at water, even if we have water up, you know, the yin-yang, I'll never look at it the same way again. And I think we all feel that way, and we can be trusted to use our water judiciously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no more comments on this, so I'm sorry, did you turn in? Well, come on down. I am sorry, it is somewhere up here, and I'm tidy too, but nevertheless, certainly you may.
Thank you. This is really just a question. I had emailed this to the board and staff earlier, but I wanted to repeat it. It has to do with the motion that was passed on May 22nd 2014 to modify the original resolution, 19-2, 2014, to basically to remove the words or eliminate the discontinuance of service for those who continue to pay their bills. This was if they exceeded their allotment. Now, that was passed as a modification to the original resolution, but it's not reflected in the new resolution. I don't know if that was intentional or if it was just left out, but I would say my recommendation, if it's not going to be included in the new resolution, it needs to be brought up, discussed, and have a public hearing to that effect. So, do you have any questions about what I said?
You, and I did see that too, you found and noted a discrepancy, right, from...
Well, the minutes of the May 22nd, 2014 CCSD board meeting show a motion that was passed to make some modifications to the original resolution, and they seem to have disappeared from the new resolution that you're considering. So I don't know if that was done intentionally or...
I think it would be fine to review the minutes of the May 2014 and then with what we have now and see if we see a discrepancy.
Yeah, I included that in my email, my comments and the minutes of that meeting.
Yes, I did see that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that should be something we follow up with.
If you look at page 74, the failure to pay fines, it says the district may discontinue water service to any customer who fails to pay the fine. Service will be restored upon full payment. I think our rule before was that would not apply.
I think that's for fines, though, and not for surcharges. I think there was like the first time you have the surcharges was 500%, and then it was 1,000%, and then it was shutting off service. I think that's separate from the fines, which apply to if you're caught watering outside or any of the things like that, but separate from the additional charges if you go over your allocation, I believe.
So the difference here, might be the $25 or $50 fine for watering outside, as compared to the surcharge. Okay, all right. That's all.
Could we ask legal to review that and clarify it, or do you know now?
I did get a copy of that email, so we took a look at the issue, and we have an explanation. But of course, the board can do anything it wants now. It's sitting before you, so we can make whatever changes and cleanups are necessary. I think that arose from a comment that came from Board Member Clift, and he can probably confirm it. And there was also some discussion afterwards and some clarification. In the original January... It's not me. All right.
You're done. Come. No, we don't put the timer on for you. Please.
We're learning.
In the original resolution...
Monique's going to be dangerous here pretty soon.
That's her fourth. She gets evicted for a fifth.
No, please continue. It's okay.
In the original January 30th resolution, the language with regard to subsection E, which was penalties for surcharges for violations of maximum water use allotment, it read like this. For the second violation of the maximum water use allotment shall be subject to a 1,000% surcharge levied on all usage above the customer's monthly unit allotment. Subsequent violations shall be subject to a 1,000% surcharge and discontinuance of service as described in section F. So if someone exceeded their allotment, this is separate and apart from charges. If you actually exceeded your water allotment, on your third violation, we automatically cut your water off. And as I recall the discussion, and again, I think it was Board Member Cliff that actually made the comment, that sort of double jeopardy of paying 1,000% and having your water cut off was a little extreme. So in the next version that came back, which is now on the books, that sentence was modified so that it's only 1,000%. Well, it's now a 500% surcharge. The automatic termination on a violation of your water allotment, not non-payment, they're two functionally different subjects. Okay. It's no longer a part of the resolution. The The termination for non-payment is still there. It's there in 5 different places. It's in D, E, and F. Because it's really that penalty, which is never, it's not been invoked since I've been here. It's something that you really need to have in your hand, because if you can't terminate water service, you're effectively everyone else is subsidizing someone else's water. If you cannot terminate the service and they continue to use it, essentially get penalized through monetary penalties, but don't pay them, then your penultimate penalty is termination. So that, and we reviewed, I think the minutes are wrong in the way they characterized the action. And I did discuss this with the district clerk, who also remembered it similarly, and she could certainly chime in because she has a far greater understanding of the workings of
I
this.
think you remembered it as, if you continue to pay your bill, we won't shut it off.
That's correct.
But if you, in any circumstances, if you don't pay your bill,
Well,
You
what
can
it
still be
said was,
shut
if you
off.
exceed your allotment, you lose.
Right.
Right, that was taken out. If you
Yes.
don't pay your bill, you still face the death penalty.
Right.
So is
So,
that- is that
so
cl-
the way it stands is what it should be.
Right, and there was a good catch, because the minutes do say essentially what Mr. Swartz indicated, and that is, it says if you don't pay, the ability to terminate on non-payment should be eliminated. But that really wasn't what the discussion was, and we went back and clarified it. I think David clarified it the next month in June, just to make sure it reflected what the board wanted. So the sentence that read, subsequent violations shall be subject to 1,000% surcharge and discontinuance of service, was eliminated.
That's okay, good.
And that's
Okay.
the clarification. So what you have on your books now doesn't have that sentence, but it does have termination for non-payment, which is never invoked.
So
but
do
it
we
is
need to
it is
be
available.
correcting the minutes, or at least make sure that we have some kind of additional supplement to the minutes that are on the website available so that it was fixed?
Well, what I think we can
Let's
do
fix
is,
it.
we can modify the minutes to reflect the action that was taken and bring them back next time so that you can, we'll amend them so that you can correct that.
President Robinette?
But we appreciate the catch.
Yes.
May I make a comment? I don't think we have to fix anything if we adopt 8A, and 8A has the language that we want. We, by default, have clarified everything. And if, in fact, those words are not in this document, I suggest that we close the public hearing, and I would make a motion, if you'd like.
Yes, I was going to say it's time to close the public hearing because we're into discussion.
Okay, I move that we adopt Resolution 01025, revising enhanced water conservation measures, restrictions on use of potable water to maximum water use allotments, as described in item 8A.
second.
Okay, discussion.
I have some thoughts.
Yes? Director Rice?
I'd just like to start with a little bit of context. I revealed my age earlier today when I said I graduated high school in '88. I was 6 and 7 in the huge drought of 76, 77, 78, when there was also an oil shortage. So my little child mind understood at a very young age that resources are limited, and people with the resources people want, can become a problem. And it was back in the era of 6 gallons per flush. And so as a child who had been using the toilet on a regular basis for years already, to not flush every time became something that as a young child was grained in my being. I also grew up in the Bay Area and not in LA, where there was a huge thing when Jerry Brown was governor the first time about a peripheral canal and how LA was going to steal all the water from Northern California, and we all had to be very wary and conscious of the water we were using, because if we weren't using it carefully, then LA would take it away from us. And so this is the context from which I come, and why I come to some of these decisions, like about watering your plants outside during a drought. That is we're still under a drought declaration by the governor. This is why I come to this is how I get to where I have stationed myself on this particular issue. And there's a bunch of arguments for lifting, there's a bunch of arguments for not lifting, and I'm just going to share with you why I think that we should leave it in place as is for right now. It could encourage more people to install rainwater catchment systems and tanks, and possibly even gray water systems. The governor has an undeclared drought, and we don't know going forward what it's going to look like with the weather, but it looks like that ridiculously resilient ridge that's been there is probably forming again, but they're not sure. We don't really know. I would prefer not to lift it and then have to put it back on again in May, because then it's okay to change your mind with new data. I'm all good with that. If there's new data, we should definitely be considering new data and changing our position, but I don't think that that's the situation with this. I agree that we also right now have the eyes of the state and actually the world. I believe General Manager gave a tour of our emergency water supply plant this morning to a guy from the Wall Street Journal. We've got everybody looking at us. We should be a model community. And another reason is if the kind of landscaping that you have would benefit from being watered during the winter time, it's probably out of compliance with the landscape ordinance that went into effect on January 1st, 2009. That's a statewide ordinance that if you didn't adopt your own ordinance for on landscape, you had to, this automatically is in effect for your community. It was statewide. Governor Schwarzenegger put it in when he put in place the 20 by 2020 rule, which is reducing your water use 20% by 2020, and we are quickly getting there. Now, the reasons for lifting it, I fully hear. We need the revenue. Yeah, we probably really could use the revenue. I mean, the amount of water that we've used has been cut almost in half from some of the big years that we had at the beginning of, in 2002, 2003. The amount of water, based on because I asked this question of the general manager and he had Courtney answer, if we gave 50 gallons per person per day for the number of people that are in those forms, those permanent residence forms, which is a fairly reasonable thing to expect. Let's just plan to give everybody 50, even if they only use 15, even if they only use 25, or even if they only use 40. Let's plan to make sure we have enough to give everybody 50. So if we do that, we would be using, over a billing cycle, about 57 acre-feet, which is still less than a lot of months that we have, especially if you look at summertime months. But that's a 2 months, less than 60 acre-feet is what we're asking people to do, and that also doesn't count commercial, which before we had these restrictions, I'm not sure, I don't know what the percentage is now for commercial, but I know before we had the restrictions, commercial was using somewhere between 20 and 30% of the water. So we're looking at the amount of water that we need to be able to provide is still way less than what we probably are able to provide. So we probably have the water to be able to provide that 50 gallons. And if people aren't going over their 50 gallons, okay, go ahead and water outside. But if you really need to water in January and February and March, during the rainy season, it's probably not raining, which means we probably aren't refilling our aquifers, which we need to have filled for the summertime. So either you have landscaping that benefits from watering during the wintertime, which you probably shouldn't have, or your plants probably are going to be okay because it's raining, or you shouldn't be watering because it's not raining. And we need to make sure we save the water through the summer. So I can see that right now it looks like we've got the water for it. I see that. We need the revenue. So I'm conflicted on this. I think there are more good reasons to not be wasting a resource to do something like watering outside. People who want to water outside, additional expense, carrying buckets, having somebody bring water to water your yard, all of these things are things that, we're in a serious situation here. I don't think the governor declared a drought emergency lightly, and I don't think that we even know what the results are going to be with running the emergency water supply. I certainly don't want an extra charge on my bill for the emergency water supply this summer because we ran out of water because people were watering in wintertime. Our conservation expert at a conservation committee meeting last year said, when you lift restrictions, probably the winter time's not the time to do it because it's raining. People don't need to be watering outside more than in the summertime. If you remember looking at those graphs that I made, summertime use is high because it's not raining. People need to water their landscaping. When it is raining, once or twice a month, which is, we just had some rain here, not very much, but a little bit. I mean, this is going to be a hard one for me because I really don't support lifting it. I think we need to show that we're a model community, and that includes even when it's not nice, even when it looks like we can use more. I think it's good to set an example, and just because I don't water isn't why I'm doing this. I think that it's important for the community to understand how limited the resource is, and we need to be managing it. I'm not convinced either way that, I'm looking for you guys to try and convince me that we should be lifting it, and since you made the motion, maybe you have some good reasons that can counter some of the reasons why I think it should be in place.
Well, first of all, I don't think we're lifting anything. We're just taking a sentence out that you still can't wash your car, you still can't, it's limited use. We're taking a sentence out that says that, that there is no outside watering. If we talk to the conservation specialist, you talk to people in the office, you talk to the finance manager, you talk to Bartles and Wells, they know darn well we're not going to jump back up. It's not going to be a significant change in water use. The people in Lemert, the people on Marine Terrace, everybody throughout town, you notice that people have let their either change their landscaping, the landscaping guys are out there just changing everything to rock, and there's a very, very significant reduction in water use, outdoor water use, period, whether we change the level or not. We do have a lot of people. Here we have water that is truly going to the ocean. We're paying a lot of money to manufacture water that is going to the ocean. We're doing it for good reasons. We're running the plant when we're going to. We're also, this is a subject for, well, I can talk about it now, I'm sure, but it's a subject for maybe a little later. But I believe that we're going to be running this plant in July and August, or June, July, and August, because we need to do a tracer study anyway. So we're going to be running this plant in the summer anyway, even if we have rain. We did a quick calculation. If you take the highest level that someone would reasonably use, and the plant was running, we were paying all the surcharges, it comes to 0.19 cents per gallon. Someone is going to get in a truck, drive down and pay 3 cents a gallon over at the same water that is coming out of the San Simeon. That's where we're getting the water from. That's where we're putting the water in, is in San Simeon. We're putting it in so that Windsor or Clyde Warren can get 3 cents a gallon, and we should be able to deliver it to the customer for less than 2 cents a gallon. And I don't have a problem with sending a message. First of all, we're looking at what reality is now. Water is going to the ocean. And so not to tell the truth or to punish people or to have people continue to carry buckets of water around, it's a health and safety issue, and I think we need to allow them to save, yes, that rose bush that requires water once a week, not once a month when it rains 1/4 inch. And there's a tree that somebody might want to save. So it's a beneficial use, and we still are going to be a model. We're still going to be reducing our water usage well beyond the 20% that the governor's asked. As far as revenue goes, we're not going to get much revenue at all. I'm not doing it for revenue. We're going to get a little bit, but not much. And you might say that plants are probably going to be okay, but it was more than 20 days since it rained from one rain to another, and for somebody to use a little water isn't an issue. And what was the plant for? The message we need to send to the regulatory agencies is that we developed a plant, we have the plant in place at great expense and great sacrifice from our citizens. Our citizens are continuing to sacrifice. We're still at 50 gallons per household, which is less than anyone in the state that I know of. And by having it at that low level and continuing at that level, we're saying, hey, we want summer after summer, until we're sure that this drought is over, to be able to run this plant at our will so that we don't do damage to the environment. It's an insurance policy to make sure we don't damage the environment. So since we're going to run it anyway in the summer, there's no loss. Since it's a health and safety issue, in my opinion, to be able to have somebody use a small amount of water and they're still kept within their 50-gallon cap, I think we're just tweaking the ordinance, and that's my opinion. So.
Anyone else?
Yes, I basically find myself agreeing with just about what everybody said today. So what's the difference in terms of what how we decide what we're going to do? I would shudder to see a headline in the Tribune saying that Cambria eases up on water restrictions or whatever might happen. I think, to me, the bottom line still is the fact that the message we send, and especially as we're moving forward on the regular permit, has to be one that we're very serious about what we're doing. And so I would hesitate at this point, again, given the fact that we do anticipate some more rain in the next couple months, that I would just as soon not tinker with it at this point and move forthwith on that EIR, and hopefully by then everything will be copacetic. But I think now is just the wrong time to make any changes to what we've been having people do.
Okay, I would like to share my thoughts now. You, okay? I think, like most of us here, have some reservation, yay or nay. There's no question about it. And I do too. And my thoughts do run along. I agree that we don't want to send the wrong message. I think that if we were to begin to change what it means to declare a level 3 emergency, because we have to have the emergency level in place in order to use the plant. And so in order to do that, I think that we should stand by what we've done. And I do think that we have built quite a surprising, wonderful, positive reputation, certainly through the media and every place else, because we have made a serious commitment. Just today, we're talking about the banners, and we're talking about now beginning to make what was first practice. We were practicing saving water, and you know, with practice, once you practice something enough, it becomes your habit. And so those banners are a great reminder to all of us that this will not be over, and that even after we finally have more flexibility, perhaps, with how we use the plant, that we'll still be conserving and be mindful of that. Good points were made about the revenues, that it's not going to make too much difference one way or the other. And so I think that we really, as far as I can tell, we've been on this course for a while. We've done a fantastic job of adapting. And I am going to say, too, that we are running the plant, and people keep saying, don't let the water run off in the ocean. And that's an interesting one, because I was there this morning at the plant. And the first thing I do when I go to the plant is I look left to the lagoon. It's not running in the ocean anyway from the lagoon. The lagoon is going to start getting refreshed, which is certainly a very positive for support to the natural environment. But I think that phrase pictures that we've got just a big, almost new creek coming off the plant now with water that's just running on out. So I don't see any water running into the ocean anyway. So I would say that I too really feel at this time I think we should stay the course. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, philosophically, I've said it several times in the past, to the extent that we can prevent using highly treated water to water plants, we should try our best to. In other words, I'm not sure that that's a proper use for water treated to the level of human consumption. And ultimately, I think we ought to work towards some kind of a secondary system to provide recycled water somewhere. I too think that as long as we're probably working on this regular permit, that we probably ought to stay where we're at. I understand the costs, and I understand some changes that people have made. And quite frankly, even myself, I have an awful lot of plants in my house, and I also have a tank in the back of the pickup. But that's a choice I make, to water those plants, and I pay for that choice. I've disconnected hoses, except one hose. I keep one outside hose that hasn't been used for recycled water, in case I want to drink when I'm outside, and when I want to put water in my motorhome. But otherwise, all the others have been disconnected and are connected up to the tanks and the recycle and the roof recovery systems. With that, would it be proper for a substitute motion to table this for another meeting?
Oh, my God.
Is that
I think we should push it down to
parliamentarian? Is that a proper motion if I move that?
We still have a motion and a second on the table. So
President-
you have to withdraw that motion.
President Robinette, could I ask for your indulgence for a little more comment, if you don't
All
mind?
right, you may.
There's this inconvenient truth that we're facing. We do have enough water at this moment. And for us to just ignore the fact, and to think that we're going for a regular permit for the reason of using this insurance policy that we have. The right message is that we will use this plant during the summer if we need to, if we're still in a stage 3. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to say to the agencies, we want to regularly use this to prevent us from getting in this situation again. You can't predict what the water level is going to be in August. Now, you need to start running that plant before your well levels get to critical stages. If you look at our package, our well levels are almost as high as they can possibly be. It's the truth. I don't think it's the responsibility of a board to ignore the truth because you don't want to see something on the headlines of the Tribune. We aren't going beyond 50 gallons a day. We are still draconian. San Simeon this morning, I read in the paper, they're lifting because they want to be able to flush water out so they get the salt out of their water. They're doing the right thing. They're encouraging people to use water. So we can always come back 2 months from now or 3 months from now and change things. But to kick the can down the road and say, I don't care about that person. It rains every once a month. And it is a health and safety issue, I believe. So we're just tweaking it ever so slightly. And if we aren't serious about getting a regular permit, we should just forget about it. Just stay in a stage 3, keep everybody walking buckets around their house. We can just keep that happening. And and just ignore it. I think we need the regular permit, and the message that we're sending is right. We want to be able to use it to prevent emergency instead of during an emergency. That's just my.
We're going to have a full, San Simeon Aquifer's wells are going to show full for the next 3 months, even if it doesn't rain, because we're pumping that water into the ground.
Right.
So the argument of that we just have water is fine, but this is a testing period of time.
So why don't we say,
because
if the well levels are average or above, this is in place.
Yeah, but if we weren't pumping, those wells probably would be starting to drop based on the rain.
Oh, yeah.
But when we're pumping it into the ground, we're going to artificially make those fields look full.
So let's not take advantage of it.
I have a question for you. So would you say that you think that we should take off the stage 3 emergency altogether?
No.
Because we don't, because
No.
we can?
No, but we should stay in a stage 3. All we're doing is saying that that we are not having an absolute prohibition on outside watering for those people that are using their allotment. We're just saying, use it for what you want, as long as you're conserving to the level that we've asked you to. You can use some of that water for yourself. I have an instant hot system throughout my house. I can't fill a bucket with cold water. It's instantly hot. I'm going to have to waste water to get it. And we're all healthy, I think. There's a lot of people in this town that really are carrying buckets around. It is a health and safety issue, in my opinion. I think we're sending thousands of people over to get water from the same source that we're spending vast amounts of money to fill. And, I like Mr. Warren, and I like these guys. They're great guys, but for them, where's the logic of them charging somebody 3 cents a gallon when we can deliver it to our customer for less than a penny a gallon, and we're forcing our citizens to pay for a few gallons of water? Nobody's going to go out and fill a swimming pool or anything. We're just saying, use a little bit of water outside if you're under your allotment. I think it's an inconvenient truth that for now we have water, and we will for some period of time. If it rains like heck, I'd feel sorry that we spent the last 3 months of not letting somebody water a rose bush. Maybe I like roses, but I don't know.
Are we ready for the question?
There's a motion and a second on the floor, and I am not going to remove my motion, and maybe we have a call for a vote.
Ready for the vote? Yes? Okay, read the motion, please, and then we'll do a roll call vote.
The motion was to adopt Resolution 012015, revising the enhanced water conservation measures, restrictions on use of potable water, and maximum water use allotments.
Are we ready? Okay. What?
Merle.
No,
Yes.
I think Mike seconded it.
Mike seconded it.
Mike seconded it. He
seconded
argued
it.
against it, but that's okay.
Okay, so we have the motion and the second, and it's been read, and so we're ready for the roll call vote on it, please.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Director Thompson? No. Vice President Cliff?
No.
Director Rice?
No.
Vice President Robinette?
No.
President Robinette?
No. That's two votes now, thank you. Okay, so.
See these two positions that she's running right now?
Right.
See, this is-
Maybe we need to hire a person to do the other
Too much.
position.
Too much here.
Thank you, Monique. You're doing a great
you
job.
are. You're doing a great job, Monique. Okay, let's move on then to 9B. Thank you. Okay, 9B, discussion and consideration of proposed goals. And so, General Manager.
Yeah, I'll just
Weaver?
briefly introduce this. You pretty much already did, Madam President, but Agenda Item 9B is discussion and consideration of the 2015 board goals, ad hoc committee, and a director assignments. This report, this staff report, consolidated both of them. It
Greg,
includes,
would you close the door on the way out?
and there's, essentially, that's being proposed is 3 goals and some brief committee assignments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director, or President Robinette, because you were instrumental in working and formulating these goals and these ideas, and maybe let you share with the group.
All right. Yes, I would be happy to share. The goals that I have proposed really have to do with what I perceive, and certainly I listen to fellow board members too, and our work that we've been doing. These goals are a list that hopefully is doable, that we can see come to fruition, that we can get accomplished. And I do believe that they also are certainly some of our very highest priorities. I didn't want it to go on beyond the 3 because then we begin to dilute our efforts. So the first goal essentially is that we work to support really the work of the CCSD to obtain the regular coastal development permit. And the second then is a very important one. We had a report last meeting on the wastewater, or the condition of it and needs, and it certainly got my attention, that we then have an ad hoc that works on assessing and prioritizing and determining actual hard costs and potential funding sources for the first phase of the wastewater treatment plant infrastructure improvements. And then the third goal is one that has been slowly, way too slow, moving along. We have a very dedicated group of people on PROS. We have a commitment to the county Board of Supervisors, certainly Supervisor Gibson, in looking toward developing a community park. And so we really need to look at phase 1 of that so that we can begin to do some development so that there's some priority list that can begin to, rather than being talked about year after year after year, can actually get done. So that's my third proposed goal. And
just, I caught a typo. I take complete responsibility.
Did you
It's
type?
swales and not swells, so on your third one.
Swales? Where'd you go?
Grading and
Swales?
swells, which is, the whole project is swell, but it's supposed to be swales.
It is a swell project.
S-W-A-I-L-S.
I just thought that was
You know
nice.
my spelling board, so it's, I take it.
Swell. Okay. So, is there any discussion? We'll start with Director Thompson.
Well, the only discussion I would offer is that I certainly concur with your recommendations. I think the obtaining of the regular permit, I think, is the most important, obviously, and the infrastructure needs for wastewater, obviously, and I strongly concur with your thought that we need to start moving forward on our commitment to do something with our community park. And I think that, that was, 15 years ago when we made that commitment in order to get funding to pay for the ranch. And I think we need to, show progress in that regards. Mm-hmm. So I would certainly support your recommendation.
Okay, Vice President Clift?
I'll support them too. I think they're fine.
Director Rice?
I definitely support the goals. I think they're important goals. I'm a little confused about what the board will actually be doing during the year, because it seems to me these are things. I mean, for the park, I can see where the policy and the money implications are for the board to be working on, but I'm not sure that we should be having board determine what the priorities need to be on the wastewater plant in terms of what needs to get fixed first and stuff. We have to address some issues that we had with the plant. Correct me if I'm wrong, with the water board that we had recently. And on the coastal development permit, that also seems like a staff goal, but I understand there's underneath that, there are things like making sure we get the EIR accomplished, and there's a lot of things. But what I was looking for in this was, what is it that the board is going to be tackling? And maybe to be expanding to a slightly bigger policy umbrella. For the first one would be to be looking to get our, to get all of the things in place that are policy-wise that we will need to have in place once we have a regular development permit for that plant, because once we have that, then our reliability of our water supply becomes over 100%, I would imagine, at which time we need to be having things in place like on a stage 3, do we need to be having irrigation bans? Do we need to be putting into place all of the policies related to what do we do when the next person comes for an intent to serve letter? Do we need to be putting these policies in place so that once we have the permit, I'm just looking to see what on the end game. I for sure support we need to be doing each of these things is a very important thing that this district needs to be doing, and I definitely want to make sure we are able to have the money to fund it so that the general manager can implement these goals. I think it's critical. Missing from this, and I would be really disappointed if we didn't add it, and I understand you want to keep the goals limited, but I think it's kind of critical, and we did half of it, more than half probably, last year, which is to look at our rates, because looking at the infrastructure needs that we have for our water and our collection system and our distribution system, right now we've got a Pinto or a Gremlin car that we've attached these really killer spinner rims and a bitchin' stereo with a big giant woofer, because our system is not up for what the emergency water supply system. I mean, you guys have all been out there. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece of equipment with wonderful new pipes that we're attaching to a system that is falling apart. To not look at increasing rates, or at least look at what we would need to do in order to properly fund the maintenance of our system, I think is a gigantic mistake to not have that on the radar. I think it would be a fiscal catastrophe. I mean, we were just using the possibility of having more revenue for lifting landscape irrigation ban. That says to me that we all understand that we need to have more revenue, which says to me we need to be looking at finishing that rate study that we did half of last year with Bartle Wells, and then we only went forward with the part for paying for the emergency water supply. So I would be disappointed if we don't move forward on that. I would understand, because I understand limited goals is important, and it's been years and years since we should have already had something done, because we made an agreement with the county. The county gave us money, $500,000 out of their parks fund for a park that they can't count in parks yet. So I think that's an obligation we definitely have to fulfill. We have regulatory obligations with the wastewater plant, and I can't even imagine what kind of things would happen if we weren't actively pursuing the permanent regular coastal development permit, okay? So these are important goals, I understand that. I understand if you don't want to add a fourth, but I think that it is tantamount to disaster if we don't take a look at that at least closely and try and see what we can do with it, especially since it's over half of it done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree in some respects. I certainly think that the goals, limited goals, are right. They're prioritized properly. They're short, sweet. I like it, so I'm all for it.
I learned it from you.
So I like it a lot. I like it a lot. But there is the undertone of rates. We've got to be considering rates. When I saw that your suggestion was that I be on the wastewater plant improvement ad hoc committee, and I discussed it a little bit with Director Rice, that would be one of the underlying tones. You know, how is that going to affect the rates? And if we have that as an underlying tone, not necessarily a goal, we know we're going to do it anyway. We're not going to sit around and do nothing. So I think that I would take it as a responsibility, especially when it comes to the wastewater plant improvement, because that's going to be a big ticket item. And yeah, we have to work, the general manager is already is working on a capital improvement project. But I don't think it has to be a goal, because it's going to happen anyway. I believe we're going to be addressing that in the middle of the year. So with that in mind, I really like the proposed goals, and I allowed you for that. Yeah, I don't know if we're talking about proposed committees yet, but I do.
Well,
we're gonna
let's
talk
stay
about
with the
that
goals, and
Okay.
then
So
we'll
the
move
goals, I
on to
think, are
that.
right, with the underlying understanding that we're going to attack rates anyway.
I think the one goal there relative to the wastewater plant includes funding source. And so they would
It'll
expect
come.
you to. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, same way with parks.
So those things will evolve this year, but let's look at the first,
I
you know,
feel much
the
better
very
knowing that
specific things.
it's not left out of.
No, it's not. It's just not on the radar quite yet. Let's get some hard data, and let's see then what that suggests to us. And let's, you know, we'll stay focused with these as the overarching goals this year then, if that's all right.
Madam President, may I just want, I've thought long and hard about this for the last week or so. So when we work with the Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding the EAC, during some of those preliminary conversations, and I'm going to throw a lot of acronyms at you, I'm sorry, the Environmental Compliance Action, they had indicated to us that the TMDL, which is the total maximum daily load for the wastewater plant as it relates to nitrates, and that's part of the denitrification process, is going to be addressed in the spring. Now, of course, depending on what they throw at us initially, will have there's a direct correlation to the cost of the facility. In other words, if they throw a 1 part per million nitrate level at us, my recommendation to the board and to district council, and if regional water quality control boards listening, is that we would enter into negotiations and try to get that into a reasonable limit that the community and the district can afford. I think that is because when you reduce nitrates by a certain level, you exponentially raise the cost of the project. So my goal would be, when working with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, to not have those limits any less than drinking water standards. I'm just kind of throwing some ideas out, 10 milligrams per liter. That would allow us to have a facility that would be built that we could afford. But in parallel to that, we have to determine what those nitrate levels are going to require before we even move forward. But there are some things that we still need to do at the wastewater plant. For example, the headworks. That's something we have to tackle before we do any denitrification, and that's a major upgrade that needs to be done. And then the flow equalization would be the next, and things like that. So the way you have the goals laid out and the way it's written is really the process in which we need to move forward. Because until we really determine what is agreed upon and negotiated with the Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding our effluent requirements, we're kind of putting the cart before the horse. But we all understand that rates are going to play an important part of this, and it's going to have to be included. When you talk about building a wastewater plant that removes nitrates down to 1 milligram per liter or 1 part per million, the price of the project goes exponentially up. So what we want to do is say, hey, we realize that we put out some pretty high nitrates over the last couple years or so, and work with us and lobby with them and try to get nitrate requirements that are realistic to the community and the district and won't adversely impact the environment. So those are the kind of conversations I'm looking forward to in springtime with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, when they start talking about the TMDL and the impact we're having and things like that. But we absolutely have to get the headworks. We have to have a pre-treatment. We're putting pretty much everything that comes into the plant, which makes absolutely no sense at all. And for denitrification, you have to have flow equalization. So those are two things that we really need. And although the Corella engineering presentation was really good, it left me with more questions than it did answers, to be honest with you. I think there's some opportunities to use some existing tanks down there. instead of ripping out existing tanks and building new ones. So although it was a 10% design, I still think that there's quite a few additional conversations that we need to have from an operational and policy perspective to determine really where we want to go. But knowing that the headworks is one of the things that we really should try to focus on and accomplish this year. Because if we don't, everything else we do is going to be impacted. So that's kind of my thoughts about it. But I think it's a great goal. I think it needs to move forward. But again, it's going to be incremental. We need
Yes.
to really think this out.
This is exactly my thinking, that these goals are to begin the conversation, begin the support with you. These goals and the ad hocs that I'm going to recommend have direct linkage. The ad hocs have to have an attachment to something, otherwise why is it there? So what I'm hoping with these goals, and certainly in my conversations with you and with everyone, is to try to reflect and capture in attainable 3 goals, knowing that other things will come out of some of this work, is where we would like to go. So yes, some of these other things toward the end of the year will begin to become more evident. I'm hoping on the ad hoc that works with the wastewater that's what the work will be, is to work with you and understand how we can help, how we can support, how we can promote. And so that's what we would be doing, hand in hand. So are we okay with the goals then?
I just want to, so, Mr. Gruber, for going forward, are you feeling like we can handle what we've got currently going on with our revenue for water and wastewater? I understand because we're asking people to conserve, we automatically are getting less revenue. But from what I remember from the presentation from Bartle Wells, we were actually, once adjusted for inflation, paying less than we were in '92, and there's a lot of capital improvements and capital outlay costs that are on the radar, not even counting things like Santa Rosa well collapsing and having to be replaced. It seems to me that you kind of have this wastewater is under control, but are you going to be able to have the money for it if we don't go forward on rates?
No, but I think we need to look at everything from a global perspective. I mean, we have allowed the infrastructure to deteriorate over many, many years. It's something that it's just happened. We are retiring a wastewater bond, but that's something we need to talk about strategically too,
Yeah.
because, will it enable us to go out and borrow a certain amount of money to achieve a certain amount of improvements to the wastewater plant? I don't know. I don't have that answer for you. But we need to make sure that when we do go out and seek funding again, that it's enough to accomplish everything that we really want to, instead of, okay, now we paid this bond off so we can go out and borrow this much. I would look at the $7 to $10 million range for the wastewater plant and say, this is what we're going to need, just like we did on the EWS, to do it right. I don't necessarily agree with all the things that were proposed in the Corella engineering, although I think they did a good job. I don't know, I think our generator is perfectly capable of handling anything that I think that our existing digesters can be modified and reused. I think some of the tanks down there can be
Are the
used.
rates going to be able to cover what the costs are that you foresee for operating and for capital outlay going forward without a change?
I think that if we retire the loan, because we're looking at a relatively short period of time with these goals, we're looking at a year, and by the time we meet next month, it'll be 11 months. So I think with the retirement of the one wastewater bond, and I would defer to Patrick, that will probably get us, be able to get the headworks done, or at least get the design of it done.
Right, but that's not the operating and maintaining what we currently have. That's upgrading the plant.
Well, to be honest with you,
I'm just trying not to, so that we're not subsidizing, we don't need to be subsidizing with property taxes or whatever cushion we've got left in savings.
And I don't think we are, because I think that a discussion on rates will come clearly to the front in its own time. We just got a report today that we are, in fact, with our last fiscal year, that even with the level 3 severity, we are still able to have a balanced budget. We're not running in a deficit mode, are we?
Oh, okay. Actually, we have some funds, the water fund and the wastewater fund are at a deficit, running at a deficit. They were actually budgeted for a deficit this year. And at the mid-year review in February, is it okay if I answer? Yeah. At the mid-year review, we'll look at all that stuff, and what the audit really told you was that we have enough assets to cover our liabilities, but he didn't really address whether we had deficits last year. So, but for the current fiscal year, we are currently running at a surplus in the general fund, but at a deficit in the water and wastewater funds.
Okay, well, I do certainly agree. It's not something we want to overlook. That's for sure.
One of our primary responsibilities is for making sure the general manager has the resources to implement the policies that we want to put into place, and that's why I'm being insistent on it, and I will probably continue to insist on it, and eventually, I know eventually we will get to it. I just hope it's sooner rather than later.
Yeah, we will.
I understand where you're coming from, and I fully support what you've got here.
I understand where you're coming from also, but I do think that we want to get the big picture. We don't want to go back to our community for a request for a rate increase until we are absolutely clear on what that would translate into for water and wastewater and for the infrastructure, and that will take time. And so when we have that data, then we're going to be able to be more thoughtful about it. So how are we proceeding? Do we need to adopt, or shall we talk about ad hoc committees now?
Sure.
All right. Okay, my proposed ad hocs are very clearly tied to the goals, and the budget ad hoc committee that I'm recommending is that Vice President Clift and I serve on that. And I've defined a bit of what the task is. Water permitting ad hoc would be Director Thompson, and that would be my second one. Each board member has two, and for a momentary very short assignment, there will be a couple of people that have even more than two assignments on an ad hoc. Wastewater plan improvement ad hoc, and that would be to develop a plan, an implementation plan, a priority list, and suggested implementation timeline. And that would be Vice President Clift and...
No, wastewater is Beringer and Rice, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Just checking. Did very well on that. I was worried you weren't going to pick that up. Wastewater plan improvement ad hoc committee, thank you, is Director Barringer and Director Rice. And conservation ad hoc is Director Rice and Vice President Clift.
Yeah, I think that's a change that was proposed. Yeah.
That's a change. Is that agreeable to you? That's agreeable. Okay, you are agreeable.
I don't want to work with him.
Uh-oh, now the trouble
I'm
starts.
perfectly happy working with Director Clift.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, and then the Parks and Recreation Open Space Ad Hoc Committee will in fact be Director Barringer and Director Thompson. And the bylaws ad hoc, which you'll see why we need an ad hoc in a short moment here, will be hopefully quick and concluded by our next meeting. and that would be Vice President Clift and Director Thompson. Those are my recommendations at this time. Liaison appointment, the only official liaison appointment that we have at this time is Director Thompson, who does meet with PROS and the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve, representing us. And other liaison appointments as needed. We're going to have a busy year again with this regular permit, and so there's going to be need for all of us to have involvement, and as we actually have a plan for where we need to be and why, then we will move to that. So that's why I'm leaving it there. It's on the table, but I would like to leave it as needed at this point. So do we accept this, or
Do you have
I think.
do we?
I have, yeah, go ahead.
I have a quick comment, and I'm sure I'm going to try and short circuit
Okay.
Director Rice a little bit, but I'm sure that the Budget Committee is going to be deeply involved in a rate study that, and be able to accumulate all the information that comes from the other ad hocs, whether it's additional funding for, for Parks and Recreation, whether it's additional funding for the wastewater treatment plant, or whether it's to balance the budget. I think that that's where that issue is going to lie. And I like the idea that it's not a specific goal, but it's an underlying understanding. But I do think that it needs to be it shouldn't be pushed off to another year, the idea of trying to balance this budget. And so that's the only comment, but I like it. I think it looks very good.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion?
I just have a quick question. We had a fairly lengthy discussion on the bylaws, and I thought that it was, and I don't have an objection to the change. I just was curious why the change from Director Beringer and I on the bylaws ad hoc committee, because I thought that's who you had appointed at the last meeting.
No, I didn't make appointments.
That's what I had thought that happened, but that's clearly, it's no big deal. I just was asking, so I just misunderstood.
Okay, thank you.
If you want my copy of my Word draft please let me know.
Do I hear a motion on this?
Do we need to move?
Well, you seemed happy earlier.
If we need to move on this,
Wait,
I'll move.
we were going to have some discussion about the Forest Committee?
Oh,
No,
well,
I don't
why
want to do that
move
under this.
and adopt it? No, I think that, I think we did promise somebody. I think we should talk about it. So why don't we move and second, and then we'll have a discussion.
Then, all right.
I move that we adopt the goals and committee assignments as per 9C. No, 9B.
9B.
Oh, as
As
altered.
we did,
As
yes,
corrected.
we did make a couple of changes on the ad hocs. As revised. Thank
Anybody
you.
have a second? Okay.
Second.
Okay, as part of the discussion, one of the things that I noticed that the president has done, and I like it, is that we have goals, we have committee assignments for people to look at them if they will. There is an end date for it, certainly by the end of the year. There's going to be a continuing focus on making sure that our rates match things. One thing that also is clear here is that, and I think it came up earlier when the general manager was thinking that maybe the chief shouldn't be, he didn't say he shouldn't be on the committee. He didn't say that, and in fact, I was surprised here where it might have said that the district, a concern by the district that the Forest Committee goals and policy may be in conflict with CCSD goals and policies. I don't believe that's the case. I don't think that's why the Forest Committee or the chief isn't a director of the Forest Committee. We still want to cooperate with the Forest Committee. We want to be involved. We want to have those things. But I think the intention that Mr. Gruber had was that, is it appropriate for somebody to be a director of one of these outside committees? Is it inappropriate for a director to be a member? I'm a member of the FFRP, and I'm a member of the chamber. I can be members of things, but I'm not a director
That's correct.
of one of those
that's the
things. And I think that was the miscommunication, and I hope that Mr. Schwartz understands that we do want to work together and make something happen. There's also another issue, too, that's pretty important, I think, and that is who represents the community. And I think the person that, I like the idea of an ad hoc of President Robinette and Director Thompson as far as the water permitting ad hoc committee. Why? Because, you know, there's a person that's the president, and there's also a person that's has had contact with the Army Corps of Engineers. It's just going on. It's helping, supporting the general manager. What happens when we get a call for a PR, and we now have someone that we can go to that can help write? He's a contractor guy. We don't have like a formal PR person, but we have a consistent message coming out. And our bylaws, that we'll discuss here in a minute, say that if someone comes to a director, I tried to, maybe I didn't all the time, but I tried to refer everything to the general manager. And so the general manager then does what he does. And we, if we don't like what the general manager does, we as a group prepare a policy to try and direct the general manager to enforce policy. So I'm kind of concerned about, a little bit, about its tradition. Maybe it's not in the bylaws, maybe it should be in the bylaws. That's up to the bylaws committee, who's unbiased. I think that's what why the assignment was made the way it was, because I've always been concerned about the bylaws, as Director Rice has, but we'll have an arm's length look at it. Is that the executive committee, Vice President Clift and President Robinette, if required, as long as the general manager knows about it, should be the face to our political representatives, Senator Monning, whoever it is, Cacho, and we should do more of that outreach. We should be, and if we agree and we want to sign a different, this might be a different discussion, but if you want to sign a certain person to dog the House of Representatives or dog the state, or if we all can work together, let's work together. But as a tradition, the president and vice president should be that face to the other communities involved. So with that said, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's the discussion I wanted to put up.
Okay.
If I may speak to the Forest Committee issue really quick. If you show up at the Forest Committee more than once, you're a director. It doesn't have a board of directors in the same way that the FFRP does, or in the same way that we're a board of directors. If you're on the committee, you're a director, and Mr. Schwartz can correct me if I'm wrong, that the bylaws say otherwise, but that's one of the things that the structure of the Forest Committee isn't that there's a set of directors and members. There's the people who are on the committee are all directors. It's a much less formal structure to that committee. That's why I say it's more of a coalition. So I just wanted to clarify on that particular point, because it is everybody's kind of a member that's a director. We're all members, we're all directors, and I think it might have been confusing because of the word being used in the situation, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. I showed up the second time and they asked me to be a director, and this was when I was back on the NCAC, and I don't think that it's a situation where, I mean, the quorum is a rather large quorum. It isn't like a board of directors. That's a small group, and then there's a larger group of people that attend.
Well, yeah, I would like clarification on that, because it says the Cambria Forest Committee is incorporated as a California nonprofit public benefit corporation. I can't imagine that they have a board of directors of 50 or more people. And if so, then I stand corrected. I don't know.
Can we, don't we have a motion on the floor?
Well, this is part of the discussion.
Yeah.
Well, I want to keep the discussion open so that we can discuss this.
Okay.
And it's a point, when I was early on this board, I was assigned as liaison to the Forest Committee. I made it clear when I went there that I am not a director and will not vote on their recommendations. I was there as liaison to provide information or to receive information. And the reason for that is that there might be things that are of great importance to the Forest Committee, if you look at the Forest Management Plan, if you're a director, you're going to vote to tell CCSD to implement the Forest Management Plan. If you're a director, you're going to tell CCSD to hire an arborist. And my position was, look, I don't want to make a decision as a director here that might be in conflict with what would come to the board. Just like I've told the Lions Club as an example, they asked to be a board member. No, I don't want to be a board member because there may be issues that come before CCSD and then be incompatible, or I'd have to step aside. That doesn't help you in any way. If I have to say, I got to recluse myself because I'm a director of that organization asking for something from the CCSD. So I don't have any problem at all with a liaison to the Forest Committee, to NCAC, but it should be a liaison of providing information that we have or accepting information that they want to give us, rather than being a determiner of policy on their boards. That's just a individual position. And I do know that, yeah, they said, oh, well, if you come twice, you're a director. And that's been the history of the Forest Committee. But it seemed to me that there could be natural conflicts that we all ought to look at to avoid, that we don't make a decision outside of these chambers that would commit us to the decisions that might be contrary to what goes on in here.
So I understand the distinction you're making, and I think it is an important one. So just as to clarify for myself, so you're saying that I could bring something to here, as long as I haven't voted on it there, I could bring a request to the board or whatever and make a recommendation based on the fact that I'm attending those meetings and getting information from them, and they've made a decision that XXX.
What I wouldn't want is somebody to stand up here at the podium and say, Director Rice, you've already committed yourself to something by your vote.
By my vote at the Forest Committee, that, okay.
That's the only thing I think we have.
But if I don't vote, but I'm already committed to it and supporting of it and bring it here, but I haven't already voted at another.
Right.
What about the chief, though? Let's talk about that just for a
Well,
second.
I think that's a matter for the general manager. If the general manager wishes to have the chief there, I still don't think they should be a director. I think they should be there as information and resource, not, because again, might make a decision that would be in conflict with his boss. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, I just think that I don't have any problem with any of us being assigned to attend or to report or to bring back information there. I just think you have to be careful from the standpoint of saying, I have already made a decision before I came to I have publicly made a decision before I came to this board. Now, we all talk, I think probably most of us know, or a lot of people in the audience might already know what our decision might be based on our backgrounds and our way we've said things in the past, but we haven't officially voted to tell the CCSD to do something. And that might be only 1/10 of what a director does in that group, but it puts you at I think it puts you at a potential of somebody stepping forward and saying, wait a minute, you know.
Okay, so I just have a question. How is that different from you, say, being on LAFCO or the SDRMA board and being on this board?
They're different from the standpoint that LAFCO is a legislative body that is different from here, in which you can make a legislative decision without a conflict of interest. That's the way it's set up. In other words, you take an example, if there was an issue at LAFCO such as zone of interest or something for Cambria, you do not have to recluse yourself because you're from Cambria, represent Cambria, because there has to do with, and maybe Mr. Carmel can talk about it, that there's a difference between legislative decisions and, anyhow, because we asked the same question.
Okay.
You know, and we've asked that kind of question a lot of times. And then SDRMA is a whole separate.
So like being on the coastal commission, some of those coastal commissioners are also on city councils or board of supervisors, so they're not also, they wouldn't run into the same kind, I mean, what you're describing to me sounds kind of like that same
They're not
kind
going to
of.
come back and tell their board something that
I see.
they have to do.
I see, so their primary service is not to the coastal commission, but to their.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear, because I enjoy being on the Forest Committee. I just want to make sure that I understand what the issue is, and I don't know how the other directors feel, but.
And that's just a personal thing. I've been asked to be on some boards locally that I know they want me on the board because I could have some influence here at this dais. And I tell them, I could probably have more influence for you if I'm not a director of your organization.
Does that logic make sense to the rest of the board? Because I'm okay with going in that direction if
Yeah.
that's how the majority is feeling. I don't have a problem.
And however the board feels is fine. That's just my personal position.
Thank you.
Mine, by the way, since we're having the discussion, my thinking behind what I've included here about liaisons is not at all what we've been talking about, but it's a very good conversation that kind of came out of this for clarification nevertheless. What I'm referring to here is that, again, as we begin to look, for example, at different agencies we need to have contact with, as Director Barnes here was suggesting, we together, as the executive team last year, spent quite a bit of time representing the board, and that's the kind of appointments I'm thinking of. When they come up, they're not there right now. There isn't any. What I've asked for with NCAC, for example, and I should have put this on here too. I asked Vice President Cliff to give a report to NCAC of just a monthly update of what we've done. So we have NCAC that does receive a report from Vice President Cliff, and we have Director Thompson that gives a report to PROS, and that's all we have right now. Okay? All right, so.
What do we do, call? Oh, Mike's going to weigh in.
Weigh in, Mike.
No, I think the bottom line is with this is that most members are affiliated with other organizations, and I think it's just important that one is careful to avoid any direct or appearance of conflict. I mean, I'm a director on the chamber, and I'm also an officer with the Legion, and so I don't carry either water when it comes to this board. And I can separate out issues to where I avoid a conflict, a direct conflict, and
it's a good conversation.
Yeah.
It's good to clarify this. Are we ready now for the question on the goals?
I just have one little thing on the liaison. I think there can be an advantage to having a liaison as there's continuity, because you've become president and you were vice president last year, so there will be continuity in meeting with the agencies that you had been meeting with last year.
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's some certain things that are either you develop a special knowledge of, or you know, if I know that I'm going to be dealing with, like when it comes right down to it and we need somebody to go and be a face at state parks, I mean, you can't be the face everywhere because time constraints, and you can't dig down into everything I mean, you could, I guess, but I don't want to underestimate you, because I suppose you could, but there are a lot. And so having somebody that can develop a relationship with some of these agencies that we have to deal with frequently doesn't seem like necessarily a bad idea. But when it's not two, then you also have that yearly continuity, because then if the person is then elected off the board, then you don't have that liaison anymore. So I just wanted to, just as a thinking point, I think it's not necessarily a bad idea to say, hey, this is going to be your specialty, go and learn what's up about that. Like Director Beringer and I were on the Utilities Committee 2 years ago together, and so we have a little bit of already a head start on some of that learning of what you need to know.
Yes, I agree. That's why I've left it really open-ended for now.
Okay.
Because right now, we don't really have anything pressing, so that's just there, so we know we could.
Okay. So, and that'll be at the discretion of the president, which is, I think, what it already says in the bylaws.
Yes.
That the president and the general manager can make a decision for somebody on the board if in their absence, to represent the board.
Exactly. Perfect. Ready for the question? Okay, we are ready.
Before we...
No, we're not ready.
Sorry, we're not ready. I do want to register, and I will bring this up again in the bylaws, I do want to register my concern at the fact that there are no standing committees. I don't think that it's, I think we might be technically within the law to say that these are ad hoc. I don't think it's good for the long-term health of this board and this district to not have any standing committees at all. That's all. We don't need to have a discussion on it, but I want to register that that's my personal opinion on it.
Duly noted. Ready for the question?
I think who seconded it? I think Merle did.
Who had the second?
Who seconded that?
Merle.
I think I did.
Okay.
Well, it's been so long ago, but nevertheless. All right, so roll call?
Let's see if I can get it right this time.
Yeah.
Okay, Director Beringer,
Yes. Or I said aye.
Vice President Clift,
Yes.
Director Thompson, Director Rice,
Yes.
President Robinette.
Yes? Okay, Monet. Yes, we're there. Okay, now, I have to tell you something, and first it's going to start with an apology. There is a very nice gentleman here, Art Chapman, who has been just the best at patience and being a fine gentleman. And you did want to speak to 9D, is that correct? Okay.
So why don't we take up 9D?
I want to do that for him, absolutely. And I should have done that sooner, I think. But, it could be, and so I would like to move to, let's see, 9D. I think C is going to go actually pretty fast for the moment. And that is the discussion and consideration of whether to implement the emergency water supply operating charge associated with the startup of the emergency water system. So would you please, General Manager, introduce that?
Sure. As you had indicated, Madam President, it's the discussion on whether to implement the operational component charges associated with the EWS. I've listed some pros and cons, but I've also given you alternatives here. One of the alternatives would be to implement the emergency water supply operating charge for the emergency water supply project. This alternative would result in $135,000 in additional revenue for the district. And then alternative 2 would be to choose not to implement the emergency water supply operating charge for the emergency water supply project. This alternative would result in $135,000 less in revenue. The emergency water supply project that had been approved by the Board of Directors includes emergency water supply operating charges, which is only charged during billing periods of anticipated facility operations. Recently, the Water Alternatives Ad Hoc Committee met to discuss and be brought up to speed on the progress of the EWS. A brief discussion ensued relating to the appropriateness and feasibility of charging Cambrians the emergency water supply operating charge for the EWS during the initial startup. The following reasons were expressed for not imposing the fees on the initial startup phase of operations. The Water Alternative Ad Hoc Committee is recommending that the fee is not be imposed at this time. However, the committee wants the entire board to further deliberate the matter. And correct me if I'm wrong, if I didn't capture the Water Alternatives Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation. I may have, after I wrote this staff report, I may have misquoted that. But here's some reasons, just 3 quick reasons. Since the initial startup of the EWS is to make sure the system in its entirety is functioning properly, and the necessity to resolve and troubleshoot any problems, it may be appropriate for the board to consider not imposing the emergency supply operating charges at this time. Reason number 2, the CCSD has intentionally chosen to operate the EWS for a 3-month period of time instead of running the system for a shorter period of time and then turning it off. This decision was made for operational purposes. It's also to accumulate data in assisting us with the EIR. That water quality data is crucial to that because the regulatory agencies are going to ask for that. The third reason is current well levels as of January 12, 2015 are as follows. The Santa Rosa SR4 well is at 51.5 feet. The Santa Rosa well number 3 is at 30.79 feet. The average well level for the San Simeon well is 20.49 feet. Based on these well levels, the district could choose to provide the community all of its potable water supply from both the Santa Rosa and San Simeon wells instead of using the EWS. So what we did is the day we started the EWS, the way it works is we have to read the town. It's an independent reading, so we started the EWS on a Tuesday, and the water department read the town for the next 2 days. I didn't want to assume any policy decision by the board, so we went ahead as a safeguard and went ahead and read the town. So if the board chooses to implement the operating component, we have the necessary reads and data in place that it wouldn't be difficult at all. It would have been difficult to just say, oh, we're going to assume that you're not going to do this, and then go back and try to prorate the bills accordingly. So when the EWS was kicked on, we took the readings for the town, and whatever the board decides, we're in a position to charge the operating fees or not charge the operating fees. So just wanted to let you bring you up to date. I really appreciate the Water Alternatives Ad Hoc Committee's input on this and talking about it. And with that, I'll just turn it back over to the board and answer any questions that you might have about this.
Okay, well, first of all, I would like to say thank you for that reading, because again, as time goes by, we reevaluate too. So we may not be where we were when we first discussed this, particularly since it's not raining. So we can open it up for discussion, or I think maybe let's hear the public comment first, because he has waited, and we know how our discussions have been rolling along today. Okay, so let's first, Art, you have been waiting very patiently. If you would like to come forward and share your comments, please. Yes. Yes. I don't blame you. That's good. The drama, we like it.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So I feel very kind of strange standing up and saying, charge me more. But in listening to the conversation this afternoon, first I heard we have a $600,000 cost overrun in the EWS. We also are in the red, and or at least a significant revenue reduction during a stage 3 emergency. We've got deferred maintenance and capital improvement needs. We've got all of these financial considerations that are beginning to compound themselves. And it seems to me, as a ratepayer, I would rather be charged a small incremental increase for a short period of time, rather than that increase, that the need for future revenue to be compounded into a future rate increase. And from my point of view, it seems like in the long run, it will be cheaper for me to pay it now than to pay it later.
As a ratepayer, I'm telling you, I would prefer to pay it now and see an incremental increase in my rate later on be smaller, because that rate increase is gradually going to compound over time. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Vice President Cliff?
Yes, and I was the one that argued for most of this under the concept that this is really part of the testing and startup phase of this project and still should be funded under the funds we have available from either the loan or the grant. Now, if we take the money from the grant, that you are paying for it up front, because one of the alternatives of the loan was to give money back. So you technically are paying for it, because if we took money out of the grant and loan to pay for it, it means that there'd be $135,000 less to return. But my problem was to say to the public, we want to run this because we need to know that it's operational. We need to know that we have people trained for it, and we need the information from it as a continuing aspect of getting our regular permit, that those are really functions of putting the plant together rather than benefiting to the ratepayer. And that was the reasoning that I felt we ought to charge this against the actual project, and we can fund it from the combination of the 8.8 rate and 4.2 million of the grant. And that was the reason for the recommendation.
Discussion from?
I've got discussion, but I was going to.
Yes, go ahead, Director Barger. Well, that's true. That's true. We should wait to see if there is, first of all, a motion.
I mean, I'm not saying you have to, but.
Oh, I can't move staff recommendations. I have to. I move that we consider the 3-month startup period as operational testing, training, and data collection as part of the overall project of the emergency water treatment system.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
Yes, I shouldn't do this, but I'm thinking that maybe we can do something a little bit different. Say the first 2 months, we don't charge them January, February, but March, if we run it in March, charge them. That's a possibility. People would then get an idea of how much it's going to affect their bill. Charging them during the March, they're not going to be using that much water anyway, so it's going to have the least amount of impact to them. It exercises our billing system. So it's a thought. But I'll go with what you got. I was going to do a protest vote. I don't want to ever be labeled as a protest vote, so I'm going to probably support this. But I think it's unconscionable for us to not let people use the water for what they want, and then turn around and charge them during the period of time. So I think I will support the waiving of it, but it's interesting that I wanted to tie these two together. I mean, if you're going to pay for the water, you should be able to use it for what you want. But since they can't use it for what they want, fine, they shouldn't have to pay for it.
Director Rice?
Question, are we benefiting from this water? Are we using it? Are we using the San Simeon aquifer? I know that actual molecules are not going through the distribution system yet, but.
Yes.
So we are benefiting from it, even though it's a testing phase.
Yes.
And under the 218, people agreed and understood that when the plant's running, there's costs for operating it that will have to be paid, and then, so they probably are expecting that they'll have to pay those charges, I would imagine. I'm not saying that I'm
Yes.
against giving them some relief, I'm just
Yes,
asking.
that's correct.
And do we actually, can we afford to do this? That's the question that I have, because how much is it going to cost us to run that thing? And where is that money going to come from? I know we did get an extra grant amount, and we maybe still have some money floating around from the loan, but can we really afford to be doing this?
I don't know if that's a yes or no question. I mean,
Okay, so you're not sure if we have the money to be able to afford to do this. We can make a policy decision to use the money that was going to be used for something else for this.
yeah, as Director Clift indicated, there are revenue sources, is that for the $8.9 million and the 4.2, so. I
Which
guess-
we have cost overruns, so
Right,
it's going
right.
to
So,
be.
Is there a funding mechanism? Yes. Is it going to impact the district? Yes. As I indicated in my staff report, it will have an impact. However,
Because these are really good
yeah.
reasons. I mean, especially the third one is a really good reason for not charging for it. But if we're not charging for it, maybe we shouldn't be running it. But we need to run it, and I understand for under the testing, we need to be running it to do the testing. How are you going to charge for 4 days on 10 hours a day?
what you do is you get and I'll let Patrick, maybe if I forget something here, you get an initial reading, and when the plant goes off after 3 months, you get a reading, and those readings determine the fee that should be paid.
But
So you
we're
take
not
a
running
percent.
it constantly.
No, we're not.
You have to take a
The reason
percent.
we're doing and that's a good question, the reason we're doing the 4 days a week, 10 hours a day is because the contract operator is here. It just makes it easier for startup purposes and running it than shutting it down. So he has a place that, a life that he has to go to, and it was kind of agreed upon that it would be better to run it 4 days a week, 10 hours a day, instead of 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. So it's really just an operational thing, and really, that was discussed with the water department too, and they thought it would be better for their schedule also.
I was under the impression that we were turning it on, leaving it on.
No,
So this is when it's on in the summertime, it'll be like this?
that's yet to be determined. It depends on
Okay.
how because in the summertime, we're going to be running it, our staff's going to be running it. So,
Right.
that's a conversation that we need to have with the operations folks and see what
Because I
really.
was under the impression the way that an RO system works is you can't really
Well, you
have
can-
the membranes dry out.
You can shut it down for I think up to 2 days or so. When you decommission it, if it's off for any longer than that, then you have to, what they call gel it.
So once a week, you'd have to gel it,
Well, if you're going to turn it off and leave it off for an extended period of time.
like 3 days.
I think it's 3 days. I think that's 3 days or longer. But the way we're doing it now, it's not presenting any problems at all. So we're running it for 10 hours a day, turning it off, coming back the next morning,
turning it back on.
starting it back up again.
And how's that, the operational parameters during this time when it's raining? This is kind of off the topic, and these are a lot of questions that I'm going to guess I have to sit down with you and/or Bob and get these answers. But if we're running it these 40 hours a week, 4 days in a row, and then turning it off for 3 days, which seems like beyond what you really could do without gelling the
Yeah.
membranes. But that aside, then that's not really what you're doing is essentially, especially with the lagoon water, you're essentially doing this kind of to the lagoon water, and how is that going to be a good parameter for what we actually would be doing if we were having it on
Well, you're
all the time?
Yeah, you're feeding.
This being fast motion for, 10 hours on,
Well,
14 hours off.
Yeah, the impact that it has on the lagoon is always going to be positive. It's never going to be negative because.
So
if you
even
weren't-
just though it's doing
Yeah,
this.
If you weren't putting that water there before, you wouldn't have any water going to the lagoon. So any 100 gallons a minute, any impact you have is going to be positive.
Have you ever sat in a hot tub when they put in a hose with cold water coming in?
Yeah.
It's a different thing, and it's when that kind of change could be. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen the I don't know about the operations. It's not my job to know about the operations. It's my job to make sure what we're doing is the right thing, the fair thing. It seems to me I understand operationally why you've chosen to do the 4 days, 10 hours, so that you've got a 40-hour week. I'm concerned that that doesn't make sense and it will be difficult to bill. Because if you're going to leave it on for 3 months doing it like that, then are you going to just bill a certain percentage of the time?
You would do a certain percent. You, instead of running it like 8 hours a day for 5 days a week or whatever, you still have.
But I
to do
mean,
1%.
for my bill, when I get my bill.
I'm going to let Patrick answer that if it's okay.
But your bill is based on usage.
Output, right?
Your
Yeah,
bi- Your bill is based on usage, not number of days it was on or off.
See, this is a consistent thing, because how much we use our water at home is one billing. But this, we know, is being run for 4 days at 10 hours, so a 40-hour week, every week.
But the charge was based on, I believe, a 24, that it was running all the time, wasn't it?
No, the charge is based on
Or when
how
it's
many
when it's
units
on,
of
when it's on.
water you use.
No, I mean, when we did the 218, they divided it out so it would be enough to cover the operating costs for the year, and then divided it out that way. But if that's based on the operating costs, if you're not turning it off and on like that, I'm just kind of, I don't know if there is an answer right now.
Actually, the methodology doesn't have anything to do with the amount produced. It only has to do with the amount consumed during the period.
Okay.
So there's a dichotomy there. It's really not what the ratepayers are going to be charged is based on how much water they consume during that period, not how much water the plant generates during that period.
And we're supposed to be charging for what it costs to run it. So if we do.
Right. Well,
if
it
it's
was
gonna
just,
cost
that's
a
just the
certain amount to
methodology for
run it.
recovering the cost.
Right, okay. It seems a little bit like it would be very hard to actually bill it appropriately is all.
All right.
If you say we're going to bill for it when it's turned on,
Yeah,
and
we
it's
don't-
on 40 hours a week, that to me, in my layman's mind says, you're going to bill me for 40 hours of water, for 40 hours of each week during the billing cycle, I'm going to have that additional charge. But I don't know how that comes out on my bill, because the bill is based on my usage. But if I'm using it,
It's
I
like
mean,
this,
if
the
it's
other,
on-
just remember, our wells don't run 24 hours a day either. They're intermittently kicking on and off all the
Okay.
time based on reservoir levels and things like that. So if we didn't have the EWS on, I guess the easiest way to explain it would be, and we were just using our wells don't run 24 hours a day. They
when
run
we calculated the
intermittently.
expense, that was taken into account, that it wouldn't be running all the time? I just assumed you just turn it on and let it run.
The calculated expense that was originally done by CDM included operations, chemicals, power, all
Right,
those things.
Right?
That figure is really based on, I think it was $327,000 a year. So
Right.
again, it doesn't matter when it runs, it just matters how much water you consume at a business or a residence.
I just want to make sure it's a fair amount that's being charged, because you don't need as much power to run. I'm just trying to make sure that the other thing that I want to make sure it's happening, that this $135,000, that revenue, does that mean that's about what you're expecting it's going to be costing to run it for those four days a week?
No,
10
this
hours
was
a
the
day?
amount of revenue we expect to generate during that 3-month period
Okay,
of
so
time.
we have more or less cost to cover.
We're probably going to have more cost because of the chemical analysis that's going to be required, and the chemical testing, and all the groundwater parameters and all the lab
Okay.
work and things like that, so.
Thank you, President. Let me make a couple of assumptions. When we do run it in the summer, we're going to be billing based upon a calendar. You started on the 5th of the month, and you turned it off on the 5th, 2 months later. Your water consumption during that period of time is going to be surcharged because we were operating the plant during that calendar period. How many hours a day? And you're probably going to be running it almost every hour of the day. The initial, when they said that it's going to cost so many thousands of dollars to run the plant, they were assuming it was going to be running for 6 months, I believe. So we're going to probably run it far less than 6 months. That's my guess. I don't know. And that's the elephant in the room. What's the trigger to run the plant? I'd almost bring it up now. I'm bringing it up now because I can talk about it, and I'd like to hear some feedback, but it's probably a future agenda item. What is the trigger? Is it are the well levels below average? Is it because it was sunny 3 days in a row? Or, what's the trigger? And my opinion, I'll give it to you now, is that, and I've been telling my constituents when they ask the question, is that the intent for sure is to run it next summer because we must run it for the tracer study. So we're going to run it for at least 2 months next summer. And my personal opinion is we should run it for 3 years in a row until we find out what the sidereal pattern is of the weather, et cetera. And we then make after a couple of years of operation, we know the cost, we know how beneficial it is or not. We understand everything more completely. And then we have something that's clear in place that we either gel it, or we're going to probably have to gel it each year, I would think, and I'd like to know what the cost is to gel it so that we can make these decisions. What's the trigger to turn it on and ungel it and get it going? So it's kind of a future agenda item, but everybody wants to know. I think everybody wants to know, what does it take to turn this thing on? And I think right now we don't know, but we need to make a decision. But I support I support not charging, I guess.
Yes, Director Thompson.
Yeah, and dealing specifically with the 135,000, and I appreciate Art's comments in that regards because that makes perfect sense too. My thinking is that we need to, and that's the reason why I support Director Cliff's motion, is that we need to put everything we can into the cost of the project up front. So we can apply to the grant, we can determine how much relief we're going to give the ratepayers down the line. We have change orders, as was just discussed, of about $600,000, which I agree is a very reasonable amount, and I looked at the 15-some different items that were part of the change order, and all of them make a perfect sense. I mean, they're part of the mitigation measures that are required, the red-legged frog fence and the gopher fence and the extra lining and what have you. So that and the security system, I'm glad we're doing that too. So all that makes sense, and I want to make sure that we can apply that to the grant funds. And then once we determine everything that's appropriate for the grant funds, then my commitment to the community is that we adjust the rates based upon the total cost of the package, and make sure that we keep that part of the commitment that we made when we went through this whole process, is that we can then say, okay, we do not need everything that was part of that rate adjustment, and ergo, we're going to give relief to that to whatever extent possible. So that's kind of why I'd like to get to that point, and make sure that we put everything in there that makes sense. And I think this 135,000 is a reasonable operational expense that should be part of the cost of the program.
I don't know, we've had more conversations this afternoon on things that I think people kind of are in dilemma about. Because I am, again, here, I certainly appreciate what you were saying, Art, with charging. So my questions still are, we're doing this because we need to, and because we need to make sure it's running correctly, and that's what caused us to think, let's not charge. On the other hand, wouldn't we need to be running this right now, since we have absolutely less than 10 inches of rain at this time, and we're under emergency level 3, and usually we have an average of 22 inches a year?
But we got wells that are full.
For now. For now.
Yeah. But why run it when your wells are full? The intent was, I'm sorry. The intent, very clearly, and I should be invited to ask, and I'm sorry, I apologize.
It's all right.
The intent was to run this during the dry season to protect the environment and protect protect from saltwater intrusion and protect the environment and protect from overdrawing our aquifers. In the winter, it was never intended to be running during the winter. It wasn't on the ballpark. It wasn't one of the reasons for having it.
It seems to me there is no benefit to the ratepayer of running it today. The benefit is to us, the district, to learn how to use it, how to make it work, and obtain data that we're going to need for our regular permit.
So in other words, you're saying this is still part of the construction?
We're still
Fine tuning.
We're still in the process of seeing what we've got here and getting the data that'll help us get through to the next step.
And it's not a cost, it's the amount of money we could have charged our customers based upon current usage. Is that correct? So the 130, it's a fictitious number in a way, $135,000 of lost revenue, not cost. It's lost revenue.
But there's
Or
still
we're
a
deciding
cost for
against
the
it.
power and everything.
Of course, and it's probably beyond the 135, by the way. That's my guess. But that's my guess.
I don't have a problem considering this still part of the construction phase and therefore not charging for it. I would be concerned if we're not making sure we're paying attention to the precipitation and things when we're looking at the data for the EIR, because if these are not the, if we're not going to be running it 4 days a week, 10 hours a day for the normal operations, let's be careful about the data that we're actually using for the EIR, because I think that's actually one of the advantages that we have, even though I would have preferred to have the whole thing reversed and have the EIR before we made a decision on this, which is the way it's supposed to go. Now that we have the project and we are doing the EIR, we have the advantage of actually having data instead of having to theorize about what the impacts and mitigations might need to be, because we actually can, it's there. We can see it. It's not about theoretically finding out. So let's just make sure that we're careful about how we're using that data and that we've got the context of the data and not just the numbers. I think that would be important. But I don't have a problem seeing this still as part of the construction phase.
Okay, any further discussion?
To a certain point. I mean, I don't know where you call that. I mean, Jerry, do you expect that you're only going to be running it through March, and then we'll have to see past then to see whether or not we need to continue to run it because it's been a dry, rainy season? Or when does it come back to us to have this policy discussion about whether it stays on, and when do you expect to be turning it back off?
Well, we plan on running it for 3 months and then turning it off, and then I think Director Berenger's right. We need to have a policy decision regarding when we should be running this thing and when we're not. The other thing is, talk about next summer. The Regional Water Quality Control Board mandated, if you will, for us to do another tracer study, so we can assume, regardless of how much rain we get or where the aquifers are currently at are going to be next summer, that we're going to be running it, because that is a condition in which they put upon us. So,
and we're going to be charging for that period, I would assume.
I would hope so, yes.
I would
And that's a
think
good point what Director Berenger brought up, is that, I would like to be able to get in a cycle of running in the summertime like he had indicated, but we know next summer we're going to have to be doing a tracer study, so we're going to be running it. The nice part about that, though, is we're going to be resting our aquifers. And that's kind of where I want everybody to remember also, is that instead of tasking our aquifers and bringing them down rather rapidly and wondering if we're going to be able to make it through another dry spell, we're actually going to be able to manage, what they call groundwater management. We're going to be able to manage our basins. So there's a lot of pluses to it, but you're absolutely right from a policy standpoint. What's going to trigger us running that? Well, we know next summer the required tracer study is going to trigger that. But above and beyond that, there are some things we can look at: empirical data, well levels, but also how fast those well levels are dropping. We talk now about these well levels being up, but just as quick as they went up, they can decline just as rapidly. And if you look at this is supposed to be the time of year where they're being replenished.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're almost into February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. in theory, we're looking at 7 or 8 months. If we don't get a whole lot of precipitation for the remaining amount of water from those aquifers to last the community, we're back in the same situation we were last year. So,
Exactly.
you know. No, we're
But-
not, I
but we're
stand
gonna be in a
corrected.
lot better
I meant
spot,
from the
but-
San Simeon and Santa Rosa, so, you know, a lot of, but those are decisions, you know, I am glad that the well levels are where they are. But if you're not putting water back in that glass, if you're not putting water back into the bucket, and you're only taking water out of the bucket, that bucket eventually is going to run dry.
Yes, okay. Ready, we're ready for the question?
Just one last question for you. Are we using San Simeon right now, or are we relying on Santa Rosa again, like we had during the tracer test?
You know, I hate to say this, but I have to ask Justin on
Okay.
that. I really would.
I'd like to know
because-
those things the next time we
Sure,
have a meeting, if you don't
absolutely.
mind. It'd be good to know the mix we've got going.
I know that
Thank
the
you.
EWS right now is not providing all the water to the community in its entirety. I know that we're.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
the water's not
It's
yet
just
up
but-
there.
we're not
but
sure.
what wells he is running right now?
Okay.
I'm
Well,
not-
I have water when I turn my faucet on. I'm a happy camper.
All right, we're ready. Roll call?
Vice President Clift,
Yes.
Director Thompson, Director Rice,
Aye.
Director Berenger,
Aye.
President Robinette.
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Thank you for staying.
We still have to do 9.
Okay, let's see. We've done D, and we have, wow, 2 things to do. C, all right, let's move to C. But, okay, I would like for our legal counsel to introduce this one.
Madam President, members of the board, this is our monthly attempt to revise the bylaws, also known as the never-ending agenda item. Because of the action you took in 9B, creating the ad hoc committee, what's recommended is that you take the packet of materials, which includes comments from all the directors, as well as an annotated version that we created of the current bylaws that showed those areas in which the state has laws that occupy the same field and are generally unnecessary. Send that out to the ad hoc committee and have them bring back a version that they're confident will pass muster with the board. And that's kind of the sum and substance of where we are. I will note that Director Rice included a really good short, what I would consider to be a good starting point, if nothing else, set of bylaws, with the exception of the fact we're not following the San Joaquin General Plan, no matter how hard you want us to.
I did a revision that I sent out after that one. Yeah, I saw that because I went back and revised it again because in anticipation of having a meeting with Director Berenger, because I thought we were an ad hoc committee already on it. But I did revise that. If you want that revised version,
Was
it's
that-
cleaned up. It doesn't have that in it.
But was it from?
Thank you.
Was
San
it-
Joaquin is somewhere else because I got it from the CSDA's website.
Okay, so it
Yeah.
was something that San Joaquin County has?
I don't remember exactly what it was. It's in here. You didn't read
I
the
know
ones
it-
that
it's
I
in-
put in?
I
It's in-
read it clearly, and
it's
in
in-
fact,
It's included, and it's a short set, it's about 4 pages or 5 pages. It's a nice starting point.
The purpose. The purpose is, under the purpose, I had to revise that one because that purpose is not correct. This draft needed to be updated, so I'll send you the more current one.
We have nothing against the county of San Joaquin.
No, not at all, not at all. In fact, we don't have those powers either, so.
No, we don't. Anyway, so the recommendation is to ship this packet off and anything else you think would help. And of course, staff will assist as necessary. If you want us to participate, we're certainly available. And that's
I
the end of
move
the
the
staff
recommended
report.
action.
I'll second.
be moved to the ad hoc to bring back next month with hopefully some recommendations for us. So that will be then Vice President Clift and Director Thompson.
And it's been moved and seconded, but I asked legal counsel if I wanted to provide additional input one way to that committee. I can do anything I want as long as that ad hoc committee doesn't reply back to me on what their thoughts are. Right. So if I want to continue to give information, I will. Okay.
And my sense is with respect to this, I have discussed with Director Clift yet, but is to deal with the existing bylaws and make recommendations with respect to change of the bylaws. If there's any major policy issues that need to be dealt with, they would come separately to the board. We're not going to try to make policy through the bylaws. So we will bring them, and we'll have a separate discussion about whether or not major policy issues are going to be part of it. So that's kind of my sense of it.
And one last note, we included the wrong, I included the wrong attachment A. It's annotated, but we also, the president had directed me to remove those provisions that were truly duplicative of state law and in fact confusing. So I'll send that to the ad hoc committee. One is the conflict of interest section, which is 11, in which you just have a couple of pieces of conflict law, and it's somewhat misleading because you may actually think that's it. There's a lot of conflict law in the books. And then the other one was the board vacancy section, which is 12, which we took out too, because they're truly unnecessary. And you'll see there's other provisions that are duplicative of state law, but we just thought that was a healthy starting point. It takes 3 or 4 pages out, and it'll eliminate the need to review those issues.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there's some stuff that is in the bylaws that if we had a policy manual, that would be an appropriate place for it. So that it's somewhere, so somebody doesn't have to go to state law to try and figure out how we have to replace a director.
I think that's part of the problem, is we tried to wrap everything up in the bylaws, and it's really not what they're intended to deal with.
All right, we have the motion, and roll call.
Director Rice?
Nope. Was
Yes.
there a motion? Was there a motion?
Yeah.
Oh, there was.
I moved staff recommendation.
Director
Moving
Barringer?
pretty fast now.
Director Thompson? Vice President Clift?
Yes.
President Robinette?
Yes. Okay, sorry, another person that was here for a while, but anyway, we're moving now to the last on the agenda today, besides just a little bit more conversation, and that is 9E. And would you like to introduce that?
Yes, this is a consideration and vote of the election for a special district representative on the Local Agency Formation Commission, which is LAFCO. We have 2 candidates before you in addition to the form. The first candidate is Barbara Bronson Gray, and there is a statement of qualifications for special district representative, and also Marshall Oshinsky. I just want to add that Barbara Bronson Gray is a trustee on the Cambria Community Healthcare District, and that Marshall Oshinsky is a current a core board member for the Oceano Service Community. Los Osos Community Services District. With that, I'll turn it back over to the board, and the LAFCO office, they would like us to get this back to them no later than the 31st of January, so we can always text them or email them or something.
Yeah, we could always table it, maybe.
Okay, so ready for discussion on this? Does someone?
Well, maybe Mr. Thompson would like to make a.
Well, I think Mr. Ohilsky is certainly well qualified, and is a good man. My druthers would be to support the local candidate, and I think that Ms. Bronson Gray, as Vice President of the Healthcare District, certainly has considerable experience working with that district, and so I would like to recommend that, or to move that the board support her candidacy.
Do we have a second?
A second.
It's been moved and seconded that we have someone now to vote on, so we could have discussion, but then
Yeah.
we'll call it for a vote.
My discussion is that as nice as it is, as much as I would like to, I read the qualifications, and as much as I do also support local candidates, in this case, I'm I know the work that's been done by Marshall. He's an incumbent. He has always done what, in fact, he's done more than most people involved in that kind of activity. And I really, if I were to vote, I would vote for Mr. Olhilsky, but it's been moved and seconded. But as part of the discussion, I think the incumbent has done a great job, and there's no overriding reason why he doesn't continue, his experience shouldn't be expanded. That's my comment.
Any other comments or discussion? Vice President Cliff?
I would also point out that Marshall has spent an extreme amount of time in working with the local chapter of California Special District Association. In fact, he's the one who got it as a full-bore chapter for this area. He's done all that work himself, and he's a great representative for special districts in and above what you've indicated, Director Berger.
I have a question. When we're doing this, and we have two candidates here, are we the only CSD district voting, or are all this? They're
No,
all
36.
all
I
over
think there are 30.
the county.
I think 36.
Yeah. So. Right.
Normally,
so,
about 18 of the 30 special districts vote.
Okay. Good. I wanted that clarification.
And there's also an option of not voting. I mean, if you're saying only 18 of 36
Yeah, you
vote.
don't even have to vote.
Yeah.
That might be a compromise.
But we've got a motion. Any further discussion? Okay, so Monique, would you read the motion back, please?
Director Thompson moved to nominate Barbara Gray to the LAFCO board. It's not exactly what he said, but it's close.
Okay, and seconded?
Was Director Rice.
Director Rice. Okay, roll call?
Director Thompson? Aye. Director Rice? Director Berenger?
I'll abstain.
Vice President Cliff?
No.
President Robinette?
Yes.
Did you have a bet on how long the meeting is?
Well, we're going to wrap it up here very shortly now. And I want to thank everyone here for giving me this wonderful marathon opportunity. It has been, but we've got a lot of important things we discuss, and it does take time. So we are to future agenda items. We have a couple of things that we're already carrying over and bringing back or suggested to come back later. So do we have anything that we want, well, future doesn't necessarily mean next meeting.
Well, for sure, like I suggested earlier, that we should start a discussion on what's the criteria for running the plant? And if we have
That's
direction
good.
to the general manager, one thing should be, how much do they anticipate it to cost to gel it or pickle it or whatever? And so, because that's key to our decision, how much and also, there's another issue too, is that true desal plants, you can't turn them off and on, and we're going to have great experience of being able to run it only 10 hours a day, and that kind of data's got to come back, because there could be an alternative where we run it for an hour every day, all year long. I mean, I don't know if that's possible, but that would be, and not charge them for it necessarily, but at least, to offset the cost of gelling and ungelling these things. So I think those technical issues need to be understood. But
I think that that's a really important thing to be brought back for information. General Manager Gruber, when do you think and who do you think would be preparing that? Would that be the people from CDM Smith?
Well, with regards to when we should run it, I think between Bob and I and Justin, we can give you some good criteria for you to deliberate over As far as the cost to gel it, I'm going to have to get with CDM Smith on that.
Okay.
And see what it entails.
So you bring it
between-
back when you're ready with it?
Yeah, but I think next month would be more than enough time. You know, I'm already thinking of 4 or 5 criterias in which to
Okay.
maybe base running it or not running it. Well levels being one, projected forecast and the weather being 2, you know, consumption trends, you know, things like that, so.
Do we need to have a motion on the future agenda items? I believe that's what the current bylaws call for. That the president can put it on the agenda or 3 board members.
Yeah, and I'm asking for it to go on.
So if 3 board members don't insist that it's on, it's assumed that it's the judgment of the president. I believe that's the way it reads.
And
If it seems
I
like-
would think in between time, the Water Ad Hoc Committee
Would also weigh in.
discuss it with manager.
That's good.
And, you know, I don't have any
Or the
input.
water permitting ad hoc committee, I guess.
Yes,
And I don't
water
ha- I don't
permitting
wanna-
ad hoc,
I don't
yeah.
want to put any of my impressions into the Water Ad Hoc Committee, but I think it would be interesting to gel it and ungel it, even if we're going to, one time, so we can get trained on it and everything else, even if we run it forever. Because we know, I believe we need to run it this summer, certainly for the tracer study. So to go through the exercise of closing it on, putting it back on, we'll have all the Ts crossed and Is
I
dotted.
think so. As long as we've got CDM Smith on board, we need that training. We need to make sure that people are really experienced and know what they're doing with it, for sure. Okay, so you're going to bring that back next month, right? Okay.
I'd like to see consideration of maybe, dare I say, 2 meetings a month. These policy considerations do take a long time to discuss. And I'm sorry, after this long, I'm just not very fresh. And it's very difficult to be reasoning and making good decisions for the community after this length of time. It would be nice, maybe we could even divide it. One of them is a policy, and one of them is more of a business meeting where we can get those reports from the general manager and the finance manager, and then nobody's spending 6 hours in these chairs trying to make decisions that are important decisions. Just like to consider putting it on the agenda, and if the president.
It's something I would like to hear from the rest of the board. It certainly is long. Nobody likes that. That is for sure. But then my question is, if we still have the same amount of business in a month, does it actually wind up taking longer to be here, set up, get going, and have public comment on the things twice?
Precisely why it would be a good agenda item.
Beg your
Well,
pardon?
whether it's an agenda item, I believe you're suggesting that we have multiple meetings each month, or you want to put on the agenda the decision of whether we have multiple agenda items?
We would have to discuss adding to the current calendar that's already
Right.
been approved.
Right, perhaps, and just as guidance, I'm not moving or seconding or anything. I think the president should, or the ad hoc committees should have the opportunity to be able to suggest to the president that this particular topic, whatever is a result of that particular thing, be it budget or whatever, that we have a special meeting regarding that, and especially if it involves the community, that we recommend to the president that we have a special meeting during, let's say, a quarter, where we discuss with the community a rate increase, or we discuss with the community something that's very important, like turning on and off the plant. So I support additional meetings as opposed to longer meetings, or 1 or 2 additional meetings during the year, especially one in the evening or 2. Anyway, that's it. I'm done.
Okay.
Are you also suggesting that that the meetings include more than the general manager's report, or breaking it down into these others? And I don't support that at all.
I'm suggesting that we have a discussion about whether it's smart to be having 6-hour meetings, or if there's a reasonable way to have 2 meetings a month that doesn't overburden the already overburdened staff, and yet creates a situation where there's a board that isn't thoroughly exhausted before we go into closed session.
If we have 2 meetings a month, we'll have 12 hours of meetings.
Yeah, well,
You're exactly right.
Well, if we
You'll
had
have 2
standing
6-hour
committees,
meetings.
we would have shorter meetings too.
Here's a proposal or a thought. is that the general manager's meeting doesn't have anything to do with finance and engineering one time, and then you address just that at another meeting. So that we don't have the 6-hour meeting, and the public too. The public doesn't care about finances. Maybe we just do a finance meeting in the evening or something, and his report will be much smaller. He won't have to prepare something special. He just anyway. Interesting thoughts. I say.
I think a discussion is worthwhile.
A discussion.
Gentlemen?
We need to do something about managing the board better.
Well, these long discussions keep us here.
I don't think.
Yeah, we really will, because the need for the extensive discussion is extremely time-consuming. Okay, we are adjourned to closed session.